Hello everybody, happy eBay. Let's get this a refresh. I just wanted to try this chiller game. It's got some of the craziest sprite work in an NES game I've ever seen. Oh shoot, I forgot to turn on freaking incognito. Hold on. Still does this problem without incognito on. Very annoying. Setting it up. Alright, that way we can do this without constant errors. Hello, Caleb. Only leaves the front page. Sure, hold on. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't type it out fully. Thank you for that. Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you for the half a year. Got yourself the golden doorknob now. Cleaning your original Xbox. It's a good idea. I never opened mine up and the capacitors leaked. Also didn't help that I was like storing it sideways at one point, so it was probably like extra leaky. Yeah, thankfully I didn't suffer having that theme stuck in my head. After listening to it so much last night. No manual, and Kadelka still goes for 237. And thank you for the bits, Coolio. Yeah, that song is copyright stricken too. I got a ton of copyright things with that on the VOD. It's how it is on YouTube. You understand why Eco is my favorite game of all time. It's good to hear. Getting the platinum in that game is not easy. The speedrun trophy is definitely not an easy one for people to get. Hello, Cassius. And what an ugly banner they got up there. What does that have on there? Internet download and micro SD card required. That looks so bad. Nintendo is like king of making that download stuff look awful on their boxes. But I guess it's best to make it look awful and not blend it in too much so people understand what they're getting. Just that white contrast against the red, like, so starkly. I don't think people would mind it as much as if it was a red background, then it at least would kind of like blend in, but still stand out. Hello, Dominic. Thank you, Snorlax. Thank you for the 4 months. Don't mind me, I'm just examining this person's floor with their dirty used tissues and underwear on the floor. You know, just another eBay stream. And also, our first feet picture of the night. $100 just for the Moonwalker cartridge. Thanks. Not that long ago, you can get a complete copy of the game for almost $100. Hello, Amber. Dead of the Brain. Cool cover. Kind of crummy auction so far. Game Gear and 20 games with manuals. $50. Untested. Is it really that hard to test a Game Gear? Just, well, I guess not everybody wants to buy a bajillion batteries to test it. Oh wait, there's no Game Gear. Okay, it's just the console carrying case. I'll link it. It's not terrible at all right now. It's like $250 a game at the moment. Yeah, I saw something about that, Roth. They're doing a lot of different things lately. They're gonna let mods, like, say their mod anniversary or something. Hello, Codis. Hello, Ostia. Custom move game and box for Neo Geo Pocket for the ESRB version. It's not bad. It's actually one of the cheapest Neo Geo Pocket Color games. But in my book, anytime you can get a Neo Geo Pocket Color game with the box at least for 20 bucks, free shipping. The manual here is $20. Someone's selling it individually. We can take a look too and see what it's going for normally. Man, eBay really loves doing this to me lately. It's like, yes, I've been browsing your site for years. I guess because I'm in incognito mode now. So now they're like extra cautious. It's like, oh, how dare somebody browse eBay without being logged in? My goodness. So they've got other Neo Geo Pocket Color games up for sale as well. Thank you for the lucky bits, Coolio. You've been on a big eBay Wii game hunt lately? Yeah, it's pretty cheap. You just gotta like do your due diligence, and wading through the lots is rough. Lots are kind of a pain. Because most of the time the lots have nothing, so you gotta be seeking out like individual games typically. Wait, why does this have no bids? Just because the box is kind of rough? Wait, Adventures of Link came in a gray cart? I guess it... Did it have a gray and a silver? That looks fake. Why is that gray? No, that cart... That looks weird. Or is that gold? It's just really reflective and looks gray. Man, this is playing tricks with my eyes. Right? That almost doesn't look gold. Yeah, it is gold. Maybe it's like my monitor color. But yeah, it's shiny. But you can't blame me, right? That looks gray for a ton of it. But I see it now. It's just like the light is shining in such a way that doesn't make it look gold. Why does this have no bids though? Adventures of Link is definitely more than $55 complete. Or is it not? Classic edition, $70? Yeah, it's the new purple versus black and gold dress. Yeah, this one there, $150. Classics edition is a lot cheaper. Yeah, it did come in a gray cart because we're seeing it here. But the gray cart was Classics edition. This edition's in gold. I don't know. I mean, it looks... Yeah, the box is a little dinged up there, but... For this version of the game, that's a pretty good price. It's also coming from somebody that apparently doesn't just sell video games. Here's the seller if you want to bid on that. Appreciate it, Danny. Welcome in. Ah, yes. My favorite cases where if you lose the whole case, you're out of a ton of money and a ton of games. Those things are so scary. You misplace them, you're in trouble. Yes. We've got another person that thinks the best background for taking pictures on eBay is their crotch shot. Strong start to eBay tonight. We're getting all the... We're checking all the things off on eBay bingo at this point. Next, we just need some black molds. Wow, what a boring lot. Still $142 for that? Seriously? 37 games. And it just got another bid. I mean, of course the price per game is pretty low, but are people really want all these super cheap games? I just don't know. It's gotta be going to a game store or something. Unless someone just got a 360 and they're just trying to catch up on all that kind of stuff. It just looks like so much money for that. It has Minecraft. Oh, didn't someone say that Minecraft is going for a decent amount now on 360? Maybe that's why. Minecraft on 360 is $30 to $40. I guess I can see that price a bit more now, but all the other stuff really is only worth a few bucks each. So yeah, probably going to a reseller. They pieced it out. They're like, yeah, I can make like 50 bucks profit on all this stuff. And you know, like, reselling with trading cards is even worse. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a card sell, a card that gets graded, and then I see it on somebody's store for like quadruple the price. And I know because the graded cards have serial numbers, so sometimes I see, like, I check what a card sold for, and it goes for, like, say, 50 bucks. Right, just as an example, but it has the serial number, and then I'm like, okay, well, this only has like a population of 3 cards. So when another one shows up on eBay, and the seller is selling it for like 300, and I cross-reference the serial numbers, I'm like, that bastard just bought that just to flip it on eBay. Like, it's just so infuriating. Instead of it going to a collector for 50, they got to buy it to flip it for like $200 or $300. And it's shameless because the serial numbers, they can't hide it. It's right there. They do it all the time. There's multiple sellers that do it. It's so aggravating. Pokemon Project Studio. Gotta make them all. What is this? Printing things? Airplanes, banners, birthday kits, bracelets, calendars. Look, you can make your own cards. They probably made greeting. Oh no, this one says greeting cards. This one literally says cards. Placemats, Pokemon cards. It's like they're trying to hit like search engine optimization back in the 90s. With all the like Pokemon cards, greeting cards, cards. It's a little redundant. Wonder if you could like still actually use this. Looks like it's pretty high quality stuff. I guess you just print it out and then cut it out. What's the most I sold a Pokemon card for? I sold some of my graded cards that I got from my last time I did card submissions with CGC. I sold a Snorlax card for like $350, and then I sold a Giratina card for like $300. I just listed a few more Pokemon cards and stuff on my eBay store because I plan on getting back into selling, you know, cards. I got a lot of card stuff I got to get rid of. Also, like some gaming stuff here and there. But since I, you know, renewed the PO box, I've been listing it back on my store. I can't actually give the link right now because I'm in incognito. But what I can do is I can try and search and find my own freaking item. The easiest thing to find would be probably because I'm the only person selling this. My prices are pretty much like, I don't care if this stays in my collection, but if you want to pay me the money that some people would potentially offer for this, then I'll freaking take it. So they have offers for a reason. Like my sequential back-to-back Meowth and Persian and Gem Mint 10. I opened that from a pack myself. The pack had the Meowth and the Persian. They both graded a 10. Poor Primeape. Much cheaper, of course, a Primeape. The price of Eevee has surprised the hell out of me. When I first got this graded, Eevee was only worth like $100. It's now worth way more than $100 for CGC 10. So I'm like, you know what? As much as I love this and the fact that I even pulled this from the pack myself, I'm pretty sure I can let go of that. If someone's willing to pay that kind of money for it. And then my Vaporeon. Which is mint, by the way. I still don't know what the hell CGC saw in this. I pulled this from the pack. I looked at this thing. I said, that is a pristine. And they gave it an 8.5. I have absolutely no idea what I missed. It's got to be centering, because Topps cards, the centering is weird on Topps. The way that they measure it is like the gap here between the text and the border of the card, and then the gap here between this border and the edge of the card. Here and here. So you know what? I bet you it is the centering that did it in, even though it's hard to tell when these are not centered correctly. Because everything else is mint. And it's such a cool Vaporeon art. Look at that art melting into the floor. Like, come on. So, I'll link you my store. You guys can follow my store, by the way. There will be more stuff listed on there over time. Cards and video games. So, you could follow it. I think they look so cool. There's only 3 of each of these that exist in Gem Mint 10, by the way. So there's only 3 Clouds and 3 Sephiroths in a Gem Mint 10. And I've got both of them as a pair sequentially, meaning graded back to back in the same submission. So that's pretty... it's pretty high tier. And thank you, Super Train Station. Thanks to the raid. Thank you, H. Yeah, I'm like, you know, some of those cards I can definitely let sit in my collection because they do have some sentimental value since I literally pulled them from a pack myself with my own hands. Which means that when you tend to do that, it means a little bit more than just like buying them and then trying to grade them. So I'm completely fine if they just sit in my collection, and I'm completely fine if they sell. And with the way Pokemon prices are right now, I've been seeing what people are paying for certain things. It's like, man. And CGC is on the up and coming. Like, people are paying way more for CGC lately. How do I know? Because I collect CGC almost exclusively, and the prices I was paying a year ago, it's like, you can't even get close to them anymore. The prices are going way up. Still need to play this one day. It's one of those DS RPGs that use both screens when you do battles. Like the top is the sky and then the bottom is the ground where you're fighting. Such a silly gimmick on DS, but I like it. And it's got pretty good battle music. Yeah, Pokemon is at the point where, like, you could just slap any freaking price on something and it will sell. Eventually. If your price is reasonable, even if it's way higher than it should be, like, it will freaking sell. For sure. Right, like, that Eevee, the last one that sold for... that same thing, CGC 10. Just sold bidding, like $260, $270, something like that. That's bidding. My CGC 10 Eevee, Japanese Eevee, is the only one on eBay right now for CGC 10. So I'm like, why don't I just price it at $350 and see what happens, you know? Because with the way Pokemon is, these people are slinging around money like it's no tomorrow. There's people buying $30,000 cards like it's nothing. So, like, to them, if they really wanted that, they might just be like, yes, what, 100 more bucks? Who cares? $80 more? No problem. That's how ridiculous Pokemon is right now. Oh, thank you. Hold on, I gotta catch up what's happening here. Thank you, Coolio. Thank you for giving Elser a sub. Very, very kind of you, and thank you for hooking up Greasy Toadstool as well. Why is Pokemon so big right now? I mean, it's almost a currency at this point, is why, if I'm being honest. Pokemon isn't even a collectible anymore. It's literally a freaking currency. Oh, by the way, I pulled up, I'm still gonna miss it a lot, but I tried to, like, pull up the streaks, people's watch streaks on Twitch, so I can thank people for that. Because with my notifications, the way I have them set up now, I don't get to see it anymore. But now, hopefully, I can at least catch them out of my peripheral vision. So thank you, Citrus, for a little bit ago. Thank you for the 50 stream streak. Keep topping up cash on your paying card to get the new minigame. Yeah, I hope you enjoy it. It's supposed to be a pretty good game. Hello, Christian. Like, Super Train Station H, years ago, he gifted me my first ever Gem Mint 10 card. That card, I'm pretty sure, since when he gifted that to me, has gone up like 200 or 300% in value. It's a really cool card. What do they call it? I think it's just Team Rocket. I forget the exact name of it. It's got Jesse and James on it. I'm sure it'll pop up on here. Let's see. Like Here Comes Team Rocket or something. Or do they just call it Jesse and James? Well, here it is. Hidden Fates. Oh yeah, they do just call it Jesse and James. This card in it, like, I don't know, when did this come out? 2019. Back then it was worth like $100, I believe. It's now, people want $300 for it. I got that in I bought that card guard or whatever the sleeves that you put around the card. I bought it a white one. I thought the white looked really good around the edges of it. Matches the outfits. Yeah, the GBA video stuff. I've actually never watched one. Sure, it was pretty mind-blowing though as a kid to watch a show on your Game Boy Advance. As bad as the quality was. You just got into Blu-ray collecting? Yeah, a lot of people are getting into physical media collecting. I wish I was into more movies than just like horror, because it makes it really hard to go to a thrift store and look for movies that I want, because most of it is not horror, most of it's already gone. Horror sells like immediately. I should watch Sunshine. What is that about? Good horror recommendations? Man, a lot of the stuff I watch these days is some obscure stuff on Tubi. Actually, you know what I can do to get you names of movies real quick? Just like a few obscure recommendations that I totally don't remember the name of, because I typically forget the second that I watch the movie. I can just ask AI to give me all the zombie movies that are on Tubi right now, and then I can probably like name off every single one on this list. I'll try and get some like more obscure ones. Now it's recommending me my own items in the bottom of the page. Interesting, yeah, I'm not sure I've seen Sunshine. That just looks so... I don't typically click on graded games, but that just looks so ridiculous. Why is the label so wide? It's a Switch case. Why is there so much plastic around the sides? Just because they want their label to be giant? I don't like their labeling, to be honest. I don't like the font. Like, it's just so much white space. It just doesn't look good. Alright, let's see. What else should you get to? I would have, if I had to have games graded, I would use CGC. Hello, Chem Dream. I have not played the 50 Cent game now. Still gotta pick it up. And the list that they're giving me is not good. I wish there was a way I can log in the Tubi and like look at my history of movies I've watched. Because I seriously can't remember the names of movies I watched like a week ago. I just pick something and watch it and then forget. I wonder if Pocahontas is still pretty pricey. It used to be really pricey if you got it with the manual and the poster. I remember being really surprised when that game first broke, being over $100. I was like, whoa. It's not typical for a Disney platformer. Yeah, I'm too lazy to keep up with that though, but I really should have some kind of way to track the movies I watch. It's gotten to the point now where I'll start watching a movie and be like, wait a minute, I saw this already. After I watch it for like 5 or 10 minutes. Alright, auctions tonight. Not too many good auctions. I haven't done a stream yet for the latest PSN sale. If you mean the one that they just came out with, like, very recently. I saw Shaun of the Dead when it first came out. I'm not typically into, like, horror comedy, but that's one of the better ones, what I remember watching. But I try to avoid horror comedy. I need my horror movies really dark and depressing. The worse the ending is, the better. Like, I don't want everybody surviving. We need mist levels of endings, okay? I want to feel like garbage after I watch a horror movie. I don't want to be like, oh, good, they all lived happily ever after. No, get out of here, it's a horror movie. Everybody needs to die in the most sad, depressing way possible. We need more horror like that. Yeah, I've seen funny games. I saw the original and the remake or whatever that they did. I like Home Invasion. That's a good, like, subgenre. Some good ones. Wow, an actually decent Wheelot. What do you know? The Blob, Mushroomman, Elbit's Knights. Sky Captain's actually a pretty good game. 11 games. It's reasonable. I mean, there's some other junk in there you don't really care about, but no manuals with Elbit's and Knight's Journey of Dreams. Shipping $7. It's still alright. But if you don't care about Cooking Mama, then who cares? Grand Slam Tennis might as well be like -1 game from the lot. I'll link it though, just in case someone's like, ooh, it's not terrible. Oh, thank you. Is that a chicken? I'm not sure, is it? Oh, and I almost missed it. Thank you, Juicy. Appreciate that. Super chat as always. And thank you for the membership for 2 months, chicken. Factory sealed game lot with eco. Too bad I don't really care about the other games. not too much Hollywood videos. I mean, we pass by it here and there. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that they have the Buck Pumble theme song stuck in their head, Ed Quinn, so you're not the only one. This stuff. Is that the movie that I watched not that long ago? If I saw this stuff, it wasn't recently. It looks pretty cool practical effects though. Guy's just getting comfortable. He's like midway taking off his sandals and shoes here. I definitely plan on seeing Backrooms, yeah. It's hard to find the time right now. A lot of the show times are also practically sold out, and I want to make sure I'm in a bigger theater, not like one of the small ones. But I do want to see it. I hear that a lot of the theaters are filled with noisy teenagers, though. Because, you know, at the end of the day, it is a movie that's very popular with kids. Backroom stuff. Hold on.
What are some dormant game series that you think deserve a re-release and or a new game entry?
I can't read that. Let me just bring up my thing real quick. I closed my Streamlabs tab. I'm like, I'm not going to need it. Nope. We got to reopen it. Give me one moment. Embalmed in memory. Thanks so much, Embalmed. That's very generous of you. Thank you for the $50. I had a feeling it was embalmed because I'm like, that really sounds like an embalmed in memory question. What are some dormant game series that you think deserve a re-release or a new game entry? Well, I mean, I've got good news because I keep noticing this pattern on X lately, where the Bandai Namco account has been posting a suspicious amount of Klonoa posts, like for no reason. They're just like, oh, who loves Klonoa, hashtag Klonoa. I'm like, what? Who does that? You can't be doing that to Klonoa fans unless you got something planned. Because as far as I'm concerned, you know, Klonoa is still kind of dormant. Yes, the Reverie collection is nice and all, but like, we need a new game. So I really suspect that Klonoa has a really good chance of coming back with a new entry. I really feel like we are going to see something new with Klonoa by the end of the year. Now, I called this out last time, before, so I don't know how many of you remember this, but I was paying attention to what Bandai Namco was posting on Twitter at the time, or X, I'm not sure, whatever. And they posted like a poll where they were like, oh, what game series do you want to see come back the most? Or something along those lines, and it had Klonoa on there, and I'm like, you can't. That's like rubbing salt in the wound to Klonoa fans. Or something along those lines. Like, they posted something like that, and I'm like, hold up. It's about to come back, isn't it? Because then they did, like, another post or something about Klonoa, and I'm like, there's no way. Klonoa is coming back. And sure enough, not long after that, they announced the Phantom, or the Reverie collection. So, with all these posts lately about Klonoa on X, I think that is one of the big dormant ones that should be coming back. Don't be surprised. Don't say I didn't warn you. Other than that, the next two that I always ask for Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer's been dead for far too long. It makes no sense. I just don't get it. They gotta give it another shot. Release a nice normal Ridge Racer. Alright, Ridge Racer 8. Console launch game for PS6 or something. Come on. That's why game launches haven't felt the same anymore, because we haven't been getting a Ridge Racer game with our new console launches. It makes sense, right? No new Ridge Racer with the PS4, no new Ridge Racer with the PS5. It's starting to add up. And then I always ask for Wave Race. But with the way Nintendo's been acting lately, like, I feel like we're eventually going to get Wave Race. They've been coming out with some wild stuff lately that you would just never see coming, so I still have faith that we're going to see a new Wave Race. Yeah, those are my big three. There's a recent Xbox survey that resulted in players wanting a new Banjo-Kazooie more than other IPs. Yeah, I mean, let's just give people what they want. But let's not give them another nuts and bolts. Let's get a real Banjo-Kazooie follow-up. It's a big Wii U lot. Yeah, that's why I'm more hopeful than ever that Nintendo's going to bring back Wave Race. Because they have been tapping into some odd stuff lately. Roller Coaster Facts. The last Wave Race was GameCube, yeah. Crazy, right? Like, we are overdue at this point. But Nintendo loves doing that. I feel like they like letting games get, like, really nostalgic. It's like, oh man, Nintendo's never going to bring back that series. And then just out of left field, they're like, oh yeah, there's a new Wave Race. I feel like they keep a couple series in their back pocket just so they can do stuff like that. Well, look at the Super Coolio hooking you up with a sub just for coming in. Thanks, Coolio. And welcome, Coaster. You get a lot of emotes with that. Any specific games I'm looking for? So the way my eBay streams work, we browse very generally. So I do very general searches. So that way we just get like a good mix of everything. And then, you know, even though I am talking while I do this, I'm very good at like recognizing when I scroll past something that is worth checking out. And then if the price is decent, I actually link it in chat for other people to buy in the community. Look at this giant stack of Xbox One games you can get for $30 free shipping. It's just so... Xbox One is so cheap to collect right now. Thank you, Pixel Garage. I could see the stream streaks now, thanks to the stream streak. I haven't played Wave Race on Game Boy, no. I'm not even sure I have it. Chibi Robo is a big one that a lot of people ask for, yes. That is a big, often requested series. And thank you, MTO. Appreciate that very much. Thanks for the membership. Wii Games Lot. It's a little pricey. Good games in there, though. I think we're just past the point of even asking for a new Earthbound. I think we've just accepted that we gotta live life without a new Earthbound game. Just wanted to let me know. You started going to the gym for the first time in your life, 2 weeks in. You've been making excuses for too long. My latest video inspired you to finally change your life. Oh, well, I'm really happy to hear that. That's why I made that video. Just know that, you know, the first couple months are going to be tough. But as long as you go there consistently and don't make excuses on why you can't go, it'll get a lot easier after that. Then it'll become a routine. You're also going to see little to no progress, right? Like, I'm not sure what you're aiming for. I'm not sure what your physique is. But you are going to see almost no progress for a long time. You're going to be like, what's the point? But just stick with it. See, I click on one listing from that person, I see it's garbage, I don't even waste time clicking on the other ones. I can tell what kind of lots they are, they're just filled with garbage. Game Boy Advance box lot. Oh, the Land Before Time game. Lilo and Stitch game, Scooby-Doo, Crash, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh wait, what's that? Is that, what is it? Oh, it is a Yu-Gi-Oh game. I'm like, that was a really weird looking spine. I've never noticed the logo before. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's worth $70 shipped. It's ever worth it to get mid lots to combine them into a super big lot to sell. Usually the bigger your lot is, the less money you make. Because the bigger the lot, the cheaper people expect it to be, the better deal, the better value they're looking for. Smaller lots tend to do much better. Medium-sized lots are actually, in my opinion, the best way. If you're gonna do a lot, like, that's the way to do it. Somewhere between like 4 and 6 games is like the sweet spot. Of course, selling games individually is the best, if you really want to go for like maximum value. However, I don't think they sell as fast as a lot. Lots, I feel, will sell a lot easier than single games. Because lots, all you gotta do is just like ever so slightly, like 10% under what the value of all the games are. They'll still sell. People will still see the value. You just gotta theme the lot. Right, so like if you do a lot with all RPGs, that's very tempting for some people. If you do a lot with all fighting games, that's also like, you gotta just, or just like do a lot with just 4 games that are good games, right? Don't put in some crummy game just to fill it out. If you're doing a small lot, you want the best of the best. Trapped and State of Emergency. An Ultimate Spider-Man. I think Trapped is around like $60. Might even be a little bit more than that by now. Let me see. Something tells me this doesn't have the manual or something. Yep, there you go. Too good to be true. I'm like, there's no way. Just like see this guy's face looking at me as I scroll by. It's the perfume guy. He's back. Yeah, that's pretty much how it went for me as well, Ghosts. What about lots of the same game, like 5 copies of Odin Spear? Yeah, I would not recommend selling 5 of the same game in one lot. You can make 5 different lots with Odin Spear in it. Cheat day? No cheat day. I don't do cheat days. The closest thing that I've come to for a cheat day is going to Shake Shack and getting their burger without the bun and getting it wrapped in lettuce instead. Because the macros on it are still decent. That's it, that's the closest. Otherwise, I don't do cheat days. Shake Shack, I don't know if I've been to a Steak and Shake. Shake Shack is just like yet another one of those US. It's similar to like Five Guys, but I think Five Guys is way greasier. It's like the closest thing to fast food that's like not McDonald's. I didn't eat a ton of fast food, no. Not even sweet stuff like chocolate. Not really, because I have to eat so much protein. I do have things like once in a while I have a protein bar or protein shake, and you know, so those come in different flavors. They're not the best for you. I don't advise that you get addicted to protein bars and protein shakes. It's more of a like it's your only option for the time and preparation that you have for the moment kind of thing. So that kind of stuff definitely fulfills any kind of sweet tooth. But even before then, it's very easy for me to give up sugar. I've done it a lot. Once you give up sugar, it's like you really don't look forward to it anymore. Do I collect Skylanders? I did for Trap Team and, not Trap Team, Swap Force, and that was it. I don't collect Skylanders anymore. You do not want to do cheat days. Yes, cheat days is a bad thing to do if you're looking to lose weight. Because think of this. If you're like cutting out a few hundred extra calories a day, so you're in calorie deficit, and you're like, okay, today's a cheat day, and then you go get some like fast food or something, and you consume like 1,000 or 2,000 extra calories that day. Well, you just erased all the progress you did for the past week. It's just not worth it. If you're gonna do a cheat day, you have to cut out so much more food for that day. You have to like really plan around it. It's just better off not to do it, because then if you take cheat days, you're always gonna look forward to the bad food. And then you're gonna relapse, because that's all you're gonna be thinking about. But some people work different than others. I mean, do what works for you. But I don't recommend cheat days. You pretty much just gotta find healthy food that you like, right? So instead of the craving sweets, just eat more fruit, frozen fruit or something. It's really come down to people selling 15 of the DS precaution booklets. There's money in everything in video games, apparently. Hello, Capcom fan. I have not played any Metro games. Yeah, there's plenty of people that do cheap meals. It just depends how disciplined you are. Like, if you feel like you have the control to have a really unhealthy cheat meal and not think about that cheat meal like the next day and the day after that and crave it, then yeah, I mean, go for it. Personally, I don't feel like I need cheat meals. I could do without them. This lot has The Last Guardian in it. It's not often that you see a PS4 lot with Last Guardian. It's usually all shooting games. Well, I think it's the baseline of like where people are starting, right? So if like you're already healthy, then yeah, eating whatever and doing it in moderation is fine. But some people are like starting from a very unhealthy place, and for them to like cut down, personally, I think cold turkey is the best way to do it. You just got to do a lot of research and figure out what the best substitutes are to curb your cravings. First D of the night, a manual. Wow. This may be the first time we've stumbled upon our first D as a manual only with no game. Something tells me this manual was sitting on top of the manual for D. Not really sure why. Good condition. I have a small amount of them, guitar. Not a lot. I really try not to get too deeply in the vinyls. But if I'm out and about, like at a convention, and there's usually like a booth selling vinyls there, I might like pick up one or something. Well, the carb G, I'm not really. I don't have much experience with G, but you shouldn't fear the carbs, depending on how active you are. If you have a very active lifestyle, the carbs, you actually want carbs in your diet if you're pairing it with protein. My goodness. Anybody need some pets games? Anybody got some kids? Keep them busy for the next month? It depends on the console. Saturn, it's typically between 80 and 100. PS1 long box is typically between 1 and 150. Jewel case PS1 is about 2 to 400. It varies wildly, but usually around that range. 3DO long box, that can go for probably around the same as Jewel case PS1, somewhere in the 2 to 300 range. PC big box, that really depends on condition. If it's really mint and sealed, that's anywhere from like 50 to 200. I mean, it's all over. It really depends on the box condition because it's such a big box. I've got like some Final Fantasy ones, like 7, 13. I have Splatterhouse, Klonoa. Nothing too crazy. Just, some of my favorite games. Oh, and Eco. Yeah, Eco, of course. That was a gift. Ooh, Attack of the Sands. Too bad they're bundling it with other games I don't care about. But yeah, this is the DS RPG that I really want to play one day. Turn-based RPG. I think that would be fun. You don't gotta worry about it, Pardeep. I'll get it eventually. The price on that game has gone up, by the way. I don't know if you've looked recently. I remember back when that game was in like every PS2 lot known to man. But now it's like a $20 game. I was looking for it several months back. I'm on the lookout for it. But if I get it, it goes into my PS2 roulette wheel. So it's essentially like it randomizes when I eventually play the game. Hello, Uncle Rico. You own the original Chibi Robo on GameCube? It's going for a lot nowadays. Your local retro store is asking 600. Wow, yeah, that's... I got my copy of Chibi Robo from a retro game store for like $60 or something back in the day. That's the GameCube tax. Is it a GameCube exclusive? Yes. Is it a game from Nintendo? Is it a good game? Like all these things, if you're saying yes to all these questions, it usually makes the price go way up. And is it somewhat uncommon? It doesn't even have to be rare, as long as it's just like not a bargain bin kind of game. Alright, let's change the search. Yeah, Starlink was like one of the last attempts at a Skylanders kind of deal. I never got into Starlink, but the Star Fox collaboration they did was pretty neat. PC Man? All these Pac-Man clones. Thank you to everybody commenting that is liking the stream, by the way. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to leave a like. We only got 41 likes, 140 of you in there. So if you're not watching on your TV, I understand if you watch it on your TV. I don't even know how the heck you would like a video at that point, or a stream. But if you're on that phone, the PC, appreciate the people that take the time to like it, because it does really matter. It does spread the stream to more people's recommended homepages. I'm surprised, like, I see the stats. So many people watch YouTube on their TV, it's crazy. You know what the smallest percentage is, and it blows me away because I watch it almost exclusively? Tablets. Tablets, only like 3 to 4% of the people that watch my videos and streams watch on a tablet. That's wild to me. I would expect so many more people to be using a tablet, but I mean, I guess not. Tablet's my go-to. Yeah, tons of people watch on TV. TV's a huge stat. Nomad carrying case. That's cool and all, but that's expensive. That is pricey. Yeah, I'm just an iPad diehard. Ever since I got my first iPad, like it's really hard for me to use a phone instead of an iPad. If I'm watching something like YouTube or Twitch or like browsing eBay, it's just the screen size. It's hard to go back to a phone if you have a tablet near you. Of course, phone when you're out and about, throw it in your pocket. But if you're just like sitting down watching something, it's like tablet all the way. I'm actually kind of surprised that some of these older Skylanders, like $12 for that thing. These are the kind of Skylanders that were always like 50 cents a dollar in the cardboard boxes at a thrift store, but they're actually maintaining some value. They're going up. Not to say you'd have an easy time selling them, but when they do sell, they go for a bit, quite a bit. Oh, what is that? Playmaker's Influencer Welcome Crate? What is a PlayStation Playmaker? For influencers? Oh my god, that thing is huge. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of cool. Not $400 cool, but if they sold that in the stores, now that would be a cool case to store some PS2 or PS1 games in. You know what I like about this? It seems like it's perfectly square. I don't know about you guys, but if you ever go to the stores like Target or Walmart to buy some bins to put your games in, they're always sort of like concave in some way where they're not perfectly... It's really hard to find perfectly straight bins. So that way you can put your games in there and they ain't flopping all over the place because it's like slightly slanted. You know what I'm talking about. It's so difficult to find a perfectly square box that then perfectly fits your games. Like, it's difficult. I bought so many bins, it's really hard to find good ones. Oh my god. Can we please go back to the glory days of the Wii? Like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting kind of nostalgic for this stuff. I never used it, but just the absurdity of the accessories that they would sell for the Wii. Kind of miss it. This person's just selling a dusty... They didn't even take the time to dust it. The fingerprints are still on there. You can even see, like, the finger hairs and stuff still attached to the holes. It's kind of disgusting. Wipe the damn thing down before you sell it. Tablets definitely have kind of died out a bit because people's phones, I mean, they have phones now where you like literally like fold them and it's practically like a mini tablet and a phone at the same time, so it's understandable. I still love tablets though. It's my go-to when I'm playing like a game or something, or you know, the screen size I just prefer it. It's so much easier to type too. Typing, I still hate typing on a phone so much. Anybody need a Zelda kite? Perfect for the spring. We've seen this before. Brand new. It's actually a kind of cool looking kite. See? That could be your kid. Or it could be you. Not gonna judge if you're gonna be 40 years old running around in an open field with a kite. A Zelda kite. This is a very rare game, by the way. I am so thankful that I was collecting Game Boy Color when I was, because I recognize the fact how rare this game was to get complete in box back in the day. I scooped that up as soon as it showed up. I had to wait, I'm not even joking, about 2 or 3 years for a single copy of this game to show up for sale on eBay. Moomin's Tale. It's for sure one of the rarest Game Boy Color games in any region to get complete. Even Kart's kind of rough. It's also a really good game, and it's an excellent game if you like Moomin. I don't even like know much about Moomin until I played that game, but it was still good. And just so you know, there is 2 different versions of that. The Japanese version actually changes some things in the game, like cutscenes, and I think maybe even a little bit of gameplay, but there are slight differences between the European version and the Japanese version. There's no US version. Have I found any Japanese exclusive games on any lots? You mean like a Japanese game in an English, like North American lot? That's not typical. I also typically do not buy lots for Japanese games because they tend to be filled with garbage, like games that you would never normally buy or play in Japanese. All my Japanese games are curated one by one. Like, I buy each game for a reason, kind of thing. Yeah, I don't advise you buy lots for Japanese games. You're usually going to get a bunch of stuff you'll never play. Especially if it's coming from Japan. They are offloading you their shovelware junk bargain bin games when they sell you a lot. They actually kind of take advantage of people in the US with the prices they charge. Costco bins. I saw those Costco. Yeah, I was at Costco the other day. I was looking at their bins. I saw some pretty decent, like, fold-up ones there that seemed like they were pretty straight. Well, current gen broadly right now, I would say any RPGs, like Japanese RPGs and stuff that are physical on any console, especially if you're getting like Xbox Series X or PS5. Print runs right now are pretty small, unless it's like a big AAA game. Most games have pretty darn small print runs, so really just buying any physical games at the moment is not a bad idea. Especially if you're able to wait a bit, wait for that game to go on sale and then buy it, because it may not get a second print run. So back in the day, this was the only SBO plush, Sonic the Fighters plush line. This was the only piece of SBO merchandise for a couple decades, by the way. So this was highly, I mean, it's still highly coveted, but this was super highly coveted because if you wanted something for Espio in your Sonic collection, this and a small plush keychain was the only thing you can buy, merch-wise, for Sonic the Hedgehog, until they started finally releasing stuff from like Jazzwares with Espio figures in like the mid 2010s, probably. I don't remember the exact year they finally started coming out with them. Same thing for Metal Sonic. This was also, there was more Metal Sonic stuff. There were like little figures and stuff. If you wanted a plush for Metal Sonic, this was the only plush that you can get. And this one here is badly worn. The vinyl outside on these typically degrades over time. So if you look at the shoes, this is very typical for these plushes. We still want $1,400. They ain't gonna get it. But yeah, some of those old Sonic plushes are got some history behind them in terms of what you used to have available to you. Harmful Park. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's going for, you know, probably anywhere between $800 to over $1,000. I love the freaking Crystal Chronicles Moogles. I don't really care for Crystal Chronicles, but the Crystal Chronicles Moogles are on another level. They are so cute. I especially like the one that's all white. The colored one's like whatever, but I do have the all white one, you know, in a larger size. They are so cute. One of my favorite Moogle designs. This is pretty cool too. I've never seen this. A knitted Moogle. Is that done in like 14 style? It kind of looks like the Final Fantasy VI Moogle. Final Fantasy 3, depending on, you know, who you ask. Oh, I like that too. There's certain Moogle designs I like and certain Moogle designs I don't like. I like that. I also like the knitted Moogle. I like this one. I like the ones that look like Mog from Final Fantasy VI. Is this even official? It does say copyright Square Enix. Oh my god, he's got the fluffy little chest hair and the purple wings. This is Mog Moogle right here. Is this official? Please. He's got the hair between the back wings. That can't be official. If it is, that's... Let's see. All plush ship with tags. Huh. I don't really keep up with Final Fantasy merchandise anymore, so they could have released this recently without me even knowing. I like that though. That's definitely... That's one of my favorite Moogle plushes I've seen. But I don't like buying knockoff merch. It's got to be official. If I'm going to have something like that take up space, it's got to be real. Oh, thank you, Coaster. The kick follow as well. Appreciate it. I gotta play this game. One of these horror months you will see it. The splatter. May or may not be influenced by Splatterhouse. Appreciate it, Nerdy. Yeah, so people really look forward to it every week. Good tradition. Go back up. You gotta let me know what you're looking for, though, because of the delay. What, are you interested in the trance vibrator? Is that your kind of thing? Samurai Jack for $430. Wow. Is this sealed? Not sealed. A complete rare print. I know about the Samurai Jack game. Oh, it's a limited run. I guess that would explain why it's being scalped so hard. Crazy. Color TV game? Did I stream Genesis games? I've streamed a lot of Genesis over the years. I'm sure you'll see me streaming it again. Oh, I love how they do this with, like, showing you what, when you select the number, it shows what breakout clone, like, layout you're gonna get. You can recommend Retro Realms. Yes, yeah, I've played, the Halloween game that was on Retro Realms. It was a pretty good game. I ever thought about a top 10 video game franchise? I feel like I'd eventually want to get out like a top 10 games of all time video, up to date. That would be really hard to do though. Franchise though, I haven't really thought about that. It's cool standy. I have not played Sea of Thieves. It never really interested me that much. I'm not the biggest fan of pirates. I'm not the biggest fan of games that really want you to play online with multiplayer. So it just wasn't really my thing. Unfortunately. You're a sub, you are. Thank you, Fox. Thank you for the 44 months. You are a 44-month sub. Top 10 worst games of all time? Yeah, for me, that would just be the inverse of like, alright, that's practically my top 10 games of all time right there. I love this standee. Simple. Clean. I love the sword popping off. I have this bookends. And for a while, this wasn't worth much money at all. It wasn't even worth trying to ship it. If people are actually paying $40 for that, I might have to consider selling mine again. So yeah, I like Little Big Planet and everything, but I just don't really have the space or room to be having big bookends like that hanging around. If I can find them, I might list them on eBay. I have pre-workout of protein power. I don't drink like, my go-to right now before I go is if I eat, like if I go before after lunch, the timing matters. So it depends what I eat to determine if I take anything before the gym. So if I had like a lunch an hour or two before I go that was high in carbs, then I typically may only just have like one ground rice cake right before. But if the timing doesn't really match up and I didn't have like a high carb thing, then I'll have like a couple brown rice cakes with banana and honey because it's fast digesting. So the timing is more important to me. You don't want to like eat some crazy protein thing and then go straight to the gym because for some people you don't really digest that properly. It can make you feel like heavy in the stomach. And there's scientific stuff behind it too. where if you have a big meal sitting in you and you're lifting weights, like your body will use more energy to like digest the food, whereas that energy normally could be used for your muscles to help you lift more. So timing is everything. So you got to make sure that you're not busy digesting what's in your stomach while you're in the gym. Yeah, brown rice cakes. And a lot of people they have misconceptions about bananas, like, oh, you got to eat that after the workout. No, you can eat that before too. It's very good to eat a banana before you go, especially if you're pairing it with brown rice cake. Brown rice cake dissolves very quickly, digests very quickly, and then it's used as energy for your muscles while you work out. You'll feel less fatigue. You'll feel like you won't fatigue as fast if you have a bunch of brown rice cakes with some fruit beforehand. I just can't get over Lucifer Ring being full. Like, this was actually a very hard game for me to track down back in the day. There were times where there were none for sale on eBay, and I eventually got my copy for like $20 or $30. But I was hunting this game for a long time. It was pretty rare. And then Japan caught on. They're like, oh, this is an exclusive game that those dumb Americans want to spend money on. And then they started posting more and more of them and charging more and more money. And now look at it. It's a great game though, Lucifer Ring. I do not recommend you spend $400 on this, but if you're the kind of person that emulates whatever, I highly recommend that you emulate Lucifer Ring. It's a 3D engine, super Japanese, over-the-top beat-em-up game that's a lot of fun. Very short, you can beat it in like 30 to 60 minutes, depending on if you know what you're doing. I used to do speedruns of that game. Here's the GOAT. The greatest of all time. The single greatest Japanese PS1 game ever created. Also one of the closest things you'll find to a liminal space game on the PS1. LSD is as good as it's made out to be, believe the hype. At least I think it is. Above the Knee and Bonte's New Machine. Yeah, we're not gonna click on that. This one on the bottom especially is looking pretty oof. Not safe for YouTube. Yes, the Master Chief helmet, where it's pretty much impossible to take a photo of this thing without yourself appearing in the photo. Try as hard as you might. It's gonna catch you. This one's custom though, they did like a custom paint job. Looks way better actually than the... Looks way better than the one that you got with the collector's edition. The remake of the first Halo, yeah. There's some people very upset about that remake. I could see the complaints from the hardcore Halo fans, though. From like a atmospheric kind of perspective, they do kind of ruin a lot of the comparisons I've seen, but it's like, whatever, we still got the original. Like, there's other versions of Halo you can play. You don't have to play the new one. Have any storage solutions for PS3, GameCube, Xbox games? What do you mean, like storing the games? Like the games themselves, the physical games? The only thing I could recommend is just get a bunch of shelving or get used to buying plastic bins to keep them in. Because yeah, eventually that, there's so many cheap PS2, Xbox, not so much GameCube, but there's so many cheap games from that era that you can buy that eventually the amount of games you get kind of outgrows your shelving space. I still don't know what made this ET game go up. Didn't someone say like the Angry Video Game Nerd or something did a video on it, or someone did? These used to be dirt cheap games. Now they actually have some value to them. They're probably bad games too. I really hope I have this in my collection. I don't want to have to spend $60 on an ET game. I really hope that just randomly came in a lot I bought one of these years. You recently gave in the Switch 2. EB Games is exchanging original Switch for 3 times return. Oh. So about how much trade credit would they give you for a Switch 1? That's kind of wild. Because I can't imagine like they'd be able to make much money off of a Switch 1. But hello, Fashion. Glad you're enjoying your Switch 2. What are you playing on it so far? He reviewed it in his movie. That may be responsible for it then. I was thinking about this today on my walk. I'm like, man, I should really look into getting one of them Pocket Pikachus again. But I want the Pocket Pikachu 2. Because doesn't that one have like a color display or something crazy? But I was thinking about that on my walk. I'm like, man, I should totally just like deck myself out in the freaking walking pets again. Hello, Cody. You can get $315 off each console. Oh, wow. Copia, yeah, it's a pretty hit game right now on Switch 2. And thank you, Juicy, caught that one. I caught it out of my peripheral vision there. Appreciate the super chat, as always. Hello, Jeremy. You're heading out. I appreciate it. You have a good night as well. The Christmas pickle is back. I still never looked up gameplay for that. Do I have any of the Sonic TV shows on Blu-ray or DVD? Yeah, I've got the complete series, the DVD that they released for Sonic the Hedgehog, SATM. I have the Sonic X DVDs, and then I have, I can't remember if I ever had like a complete collection of Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I definitely have like some Adventures DVDs. And then some Sonic Underground. I never really watched much Sonic Underground, though. I grew up with Sonic SATM and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, but I had a huge preference to Sonic the Hedgehog, not Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. I like them both, but I definitely preferred the darker, more mature SATM. Damn, what a cool box they gave Final Fantasy XI in Japan. Is that for the last expansion? Yeah, our box art was nowhere near that good. Oh, this is for, Odd Ergon, maybe? They're showing Corsair. Hold on. Yeah, because it says Odd Ergon there. Japanese. War Gods double-sided promotional poster. Oh, is that a real vinyl for War Gods? That's so cool. I used to play a lot of War Gods on N64. I liked it. I didn't care what anybody had to say about War Gods. It was fun. I think War Gods is one of the reasons that I still love, like... I may not play newer fighting games, but I play fighting games like War Gods. I love that kind of stuff. That is a weird looking Crash Bandicoot plush. I don't really know what a Dreamcast with an SD card reader inside would go for. That I don't really keep up with. I don't really feel any need to upgrade my DVDs to Blu-rays. Unless it's a movie... Well, when Blu-rays first come out, I would definitely upgrade anything that I like, but now it's just like, whatever. I mean, if I gotta watch something in DVD quality, if it saves a bunch of money, I'll watch it on DVD. If the Blu-ray is cheap, then I'll get it, but if it's like way more expensive than the DVD, I'll just settle for a DVD. I watch movies on freaking VHS sometimes, so it doesn't really bother me. In fact, I'd be more inclined if I had the option between watching... If it was a horror movie, I would certainly watch on VHS instead of Blu-ray. There's just something about that VHS aesthetic that makes some horror movies even scarier. Because it darkens them up a bit, lowers the quality, so the less you see, the less details you can notice sometimes make the movie even creepier. Sonic Fan. I've never seen that before. It's kind of neat. Way too expensive. I miss the days when you can get vintage Sonic items for, you know, not $400 a piece. That was nice. Thank God I collected all my vintage Sonic stuff back in the day, let me freaking tell you. It's like impossible to do it now. There's a shop near you that sells Dreamcast with all the games on SD card thing. Yeah, for some people that's a good way to go. If you don't care about collecting and owning the physical games, just do what you gotta do to be able to play them, right? If you care about playing on the console. Real hardware. I don't think anybody will fault you for that with retro prices now. If you got your foot in the door already many, many years ago, and you know, you have pretty big collections, you know, those are the people that are probably a little bit more inclined to, like, once in a while pick up a new game for their collection. But if you're kind of like just getting into it recently, or you didn't have the biggest collection, it's like, I think for most people it's just feasible to take an SD card route at that point. Because how the hell are you going to build a collection for most of these consoles when the games are ridiculously expensive at this point? Oh look, it's Burning Kirby. It's one of my favorite Kirby plushes. I do have this. Yeah, I see him. I see him right now. I'm looking at him. My Kirby shelf. I love this plush. It's a vintage, like one of the earliest Kirby plushes. See, this is what I was talking about when I was playing Crystal Shards. Kirby's design is just like so simple that they have to like do different facial expressions essentially. That's all they can really do, other than the costumes, which are obvious. But if they're doing like Pink Kirby, sometimes they got to think outside the box, and sometimes you got to go for a burning Kirby for variety, because there's only so many Kirby plushes you can do. Oh, this game is so good. This is one of my favorite import PS1 games. Those of you that know, you know. If you've played it, you know. Race driving, so good. I used to do speedruns of this too. And yes, it is based off of the Race Driving series. This is Race Driving A Go-Go. You can race as an ostrich. This game is known for one thing. Really, really bad controls. Like, this game is incredibly hard to control, but man, is it fun. It's also a pretty darn rare PS1 game. That's not an easy one to track down. It is exclusive to Japan, yes. No PAL version, there's no US version. And that, like, that's it. If you want to play it, Japanese PS1. It's another cool game. Mistranslated title here. It's Community Palm, not T-Bomb, as the title says. This is sort of like almost like a Zelda-like game. There's translations for this now, but if you're like me and you like to play the original games, like it's still super playable without knowing Japanese. And if you really had to, you could just go into AI and be like, yeah, can you just tell me a bullet point guide on where to go next? And you'll get through the game, no problem. But it's a really cool top-down Zelda-like game. Really cute. If you can't tell from the cover art, that's the main character. And it doesn't break the bank. The game's not that expensive. It's fairly common on common side. Oh, by the way, some people will be happy to hear this. YouTube people are going to have no idea what I'm talking about, but the Twitch people will. I've been working on bringing back the Streamloots cards for eBay because I found a solution for like how to update my cards, because like all my layouts and stuff were on my old PC, which doesn't work anymore in Photoshop. But I found a way to like get a nice clean blank layout of my cards so I can update and make new ones. So Streamloots probably will still be a bit, probably like, hopefully I can get around to it and get it back on like a week or two from now. But there's going to be a lot of new cards, a lot of new fun interactions with like messing with me while I'm on eBay. It's going to be good. Because a lot of the extensions they broke that I used to use, you know, I used to like flip the text upside down, make the screen go crazy. I've also found replacements for most of that stuff, so I'm working on bringing that back. So that'll be fun. YouTube people will be exposed to it for the first time. They're going to be very confused, but that's going to be the fun of it. We won't spoil the things that you can do on their streams, because they'll come in and they'll be like, what is happening right now? Let them be confused. And the Outbreak games have gone up so much. Goodness. They were cheap for quite a bit, too. I mean, they weren't dirt cheap, but they were viable, pretty affordable. Yeah, hold off on opening them, Mike. Because if it's the eBay packs, there'll be new cards in there soon. Ripped Destructional Stairs. For those that didn't hear, they are permanently shutting down the online for this. Like, effective immediately. You'll never be able to play online ever again. I always hated the character designs in this game, but damn, the gameplay was fun in this. It was a really fun game. Super fun launch game. Knockoff plug and play console or something. 620 games built in. Oh my goodness. Let me get my credit card. So I don't know how many of you caught, like, I don't know, I guess it's like not old news, but something really interesting about those mini consoles is Reggie said that they only released the NES and the Super Nintendo Mini to dig them out of the dark hole that the Wii U put them in. So that pretty much means never expect another mini console from Nintendo. The only reason you got those was so that they can make money and survive with how big of a failure the Wii U was. So since they are no longer failing with the Switches, you will never see an N64 Mini, GameCube Mini, nothing like that. Especially now with this Nintendo Online stuff. I don't really follow it too closely, Fox. All I know is I'm on the side of if a game comes out digitally and you buy it, you should be able to continue accessing that game because you purchased it. That is the side that I am on. They shouldn't be able to, like, strip it away from you. This guy's just whipping out all the weird. Oh, I thought that was an Atari joystick of some sort. No, it's just like some kind of box with a magnetic flashlight. I don't know what the hell he's trying to sell here. Looks like it belongs in a Wall-E movie or something. Yeah, I still gotta look into a playdate. I keep forgetting about the playdate, to be honest. I think that would make a really fun stream. one day. Ooh. Physical is getting a little cheaper. Now, is this the one where it's like, okay, so this is Rhapsody 2 and 3, so the ones we never got here. Yeah, I'm still super interested in that. I'm a big fan of the first Rhapsody. Such a cheesy, feel-good game. Even if it's overly easy. Hello, Mason. What games are actually in this collection? Oh my goodness, that font size. Street Fighter Alpha 2 Gold. Street Fighter 2 Turbo, Alpha 2 Gold, Super Street Fighter 2. What I love about PS1 fighting games is people typically always say they're like the worst version you can buy, but people still spend a ton of money to get them. Am I gonna buy Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 3 or Tony Hawk 1 and 2? I don't really play Tony Hawk games much anymore. I used to be really into them though, up until I pretty much bought and played every Tony Hawk game up until American Wasteland, the 360 launch game. Ever since then, I haven't really played much Tony Hawk. American Wasteland was great. I've actually been wanting to play that game again. That was a good one. Great launch game. Alright. Let's get ready to do some affiliate. Screen brightness warning. Oops, hold on, I gotta open this in incognito so it can go into the window here. Alright, so we're going to be looking at things people bought with my affiliate link between May 23rd and May 29th. So if you use my affiliate link between those dates, it may, or hopefully it will show up on here. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Uncle Rico. Appreciate that. Thank you for the kicks. Appreciate that very much. Oh, I looked into it, by the way. It's like the way Kick works. So when you send 100 kicks, I literally get like the full $1. But when you buy your kicks, like that little extra like pennies that they charge you, right? Like that's the little bit extra you spend. But they're sending me the full 100. I know you were wondering about that. All right, so first up we got Ys Memories of Salsetta on the Vita for $18. Wow, it's really that cheap, huh? Let's check this. But then again, this probably was around the time where they started. These games started getting pretty high print runs around this time. I need to get back into play. I keep saying when I get back into the Ys games, I want to play Ys 8. Ys 8 is the one I want to start with. My favorite Halo game. Probably. I played. Well, when it came to playing online competitively, I played a lot of Halo 2 online competitive and Halo 3. But I also played a lot of Reach. I always forget though. So was Halo, whatever the Halo game was that introduced the Spartan laser. That's my favorite Halo. Because damn, I love that weapon. You just finished Halo 3? Alright, then Halo 3. Just because playing online with the Spartan laser was amazing. But I don't remember grinding the Spartan laser like crazy in Halo 3 though, but I must have. No, I must have. Yeah. They brought it back in Reach, right? But I just remember going crazy with it when they first introduced it. Yeah, Enslaved is a great game. That's another one worth revisiting. I gotta play it again myself. ActRaiser 2 on Super Nintendo for $35. Can't remember what I played of ActRaiser 2. I just remember having really good sprite work for the side-scrolling stuff. Oh, I love Spartan Laser. Yeah, I used to go crazy with it. Online. Oh, thank you. Let me read that. Pizza Rat. Thanks, Pizza Rat. Appreciate the super chat. Switch 2 has been out for a little bit. My thoughts are that I'm like happy. You know, I'm not disappointed in it. There's a good amount of Switch 2 games. Right? I haven't bought and played every Switch 2 game that's come out that is like worth playing yet. But I'm not disappointed in it. I will say that I'm most disappointed in the launch of the Switch 2. I feel like the launch was underwhelming because all we had was Mario Kart World, and to me that was like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's really great that we got a Mario Kart game for the launch, but like, that was it. That's all we had for the launch. I wish we had more. But gradually, they've released a lot of games. They're still coming up with a lot of cool games this year, like the Rhythm Heaven game, the Star Fox game. I also really like the performance boosts. The games that get like the frame rate boosting, like Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, was amazing to play on Switch 2. That's like one of my new favorite Pokemon games now because I played it on the Switch 2. I went from that being one of my least favorite experiences to like one of my favorites of all time, just because of what the Switch 2 did for that game. So, I'm really a fan of taking Switch games and playing them on Switch 2, which has been nice. But at the end of the day, the Switch 2 to me just feels like a Switch 1.5, not necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't feel like a huge like step up quite yet. I don't think we're going to quite feel that until we get the next 3D Mario game. I think once we see the next 3D Mario, it's going to really hit home like, oh shoot. Like, wow, we finally got a Mario game that looks up to par with what you would expect with current gen hardware. But speaking of which, assuming that it may be announced, thank you for the reminder, assuming it may be announced this like coming week or two at the Nintendo Direct, I will be streaming all the not E3 coverage this year, so just mark your calendars, set your alarms so you don't forget, in case my notifications don't go off for you. June 2nd is PlayStation State of Play, 5 p.m. Eastern, so I'll probably try and start my stream like around 4:30 p.m. Eastern, something like that. We'll be watching the State of Play, see what's announced there. It's going to be like 2 hours or hour and a half of hopefully good announcements. Maybe we'll see the next Team Eco Gen Design game there, Project Robot, among other things. And then the big one that you definitely don't want to miss is Summer Games Fest, June 5th. Jeff Keighley has said there will be games shown at Summer Games Fest. So it's going to be a big one. I like to call that the high guard effect. They're like afraid to overhype anything. So they're just telling us that games will be announced. I forget what time that starts, honestly. But yeah, Summer Games Fest is essentially like the closest thing we have to like a old school E3 presentation, right? Because it's like the only one that's doing it in real time, live, not staged, pre-staged. So that's like Yeah, the closest we're gonna get to the old school E3 presentations. I forget the date for the Xbox showcase, and I forget when there's going to be a Nintendo Direct, if there even is one. But you know, as we get closer to that, I'll update you guys because those are a little further away. Wolverine footage will be shown at the State of Play. They said stay tuned for Wolverine plus like other games, so I would expect at least like 10 minutes of Wolverine. Oh, thank you again, Pizza. Am I going to be going to too many games? I haven't been to too many games since I made that video originally back in the day. It depends. When is it? What's the date? I typically don't like travel too much anymore for conventions because I have some ones that are like super local to me that happen throughout the year. I've heard mixed things about too many games, if I'm going to be honest with you, these days. But I mean, I never rule it out. Alright, where were we? Super Mario Adventures. A comic graphic novel. Oh my goodness. That is certainly a very Japanese-style Mario. But it's a US book. Never seen that before. I think it's a US book. It's gotta be. 58 sold. June 7th is the Xbox showcase. Yeah, I'll be watching that too. Have they confirmed that they're the Nintendo Direct around that time? I'll watch all the major ones. I'm not going to guarantee I'm going to watch like all the little indie ones unless it lines up correctly. I'm not waking up at the crack of dawn to watch some indie game showcase where all the games are going to be farming, monster collecting, gacha, card opening. What am I missing? Roguelike, visual novel, cozy games, right? Like every game. But if it's a night where I'm streaming and we're like watching one of the other presentations, and it's like, oh, let's watch, you know, Cozy-thon, whatever the hell they're calling them these days. Friend slop games. That's my new favorite terms. I saw that posted online the other day. I'm like, that's amazing. Friend slop games. Meaning the games where like, it's a game where you have to play freaking co-op with other people and you have to use microphones to play the damn game. Friend slop. I love it. Club Nintendo 3DS card case 18 with limited edition Zelda feather stylus. Fancy. Ooh. I remember seeing this. At the end of the day, it is just a clear piece of plastic, but it's Zelda, so people want it. New gimmick NES limited run games. Nintendo Entertainment System. Okay, so like a reprint of Gimmick. You gotta do what you gotta do, because the official version of Gimmick is crazy pricey. You remember getting that stylus? What did you have to do to get it? Yeah, us lonely people, boy, we can't handle the friend slop games, let me tell you. We want to be able to play our games alone. We don't want to have to phone a friend and be like, yo, you want to play some friend slop tonight? It's like, yeah, call up Bill, call up Joe, call up Sarah. Let's, you know, break our microphone, Blue Yeti microphones out so we can play this game. No, I'm good. Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Nintendo Switch Classics. I never played a Clubhouse game. Atari Power Supply. Is it like the official, or is it... You gotta be really careful with these old power supplies. If you use the wrong one in the wrong console when you think you're using the right one, you're in trouble. So sometimes you gotta like get these official older ones. And that's certainly an older one. Terminator 2 Judgment Day Game Boy Instruction Manual. The art book illustrations are back. Alright, let's pick one. Let's pick this one. Gotta pre-screen it, as I've learned. Wait, actually, I gotta remember to open a incognito. Can't slide the regular ones into here. Okay. Looks safe. Here's your art book illustration for the week. Shout out to the person that continues to buy these every week. They're dedicated, boy. They must have quite the collection at this point. I have no idea what it's based on. Oh, we got a bunch of them. Girl Utena. They're so cheap, though. It's like, can you blame them? They are so cheap. If you can get a freaking art book for $2, wouldn't you? If it was something you were into? Someone picked up Illusion of Gaia cartridge for $35. Butterflies Flowers Volume 1 through 3 by Yuki Yoshihara. That one was $50. Butterflies and Flowers. That sounds safe, right? I should probably still double check. Hold on. You never know these days. Honestly, it looks boring as hell, but yeah, it looks safe. If I was gonna read a manga, it would definitely not be Butterflies and Flowers, I hate to tell you. But who knows, it could be one of the greatest of all time. They ain't showing you nothing on the inside. They're like, nope, you gotta buy it to find out. Rainbow Cotton for the Switch. Japanese release. Has English. That's a cool pickup. I've always wanted to play Rainbow Cotton. I love the sort of scroll effect in that game. Well, obviously this will be updated, right? Yeah. Oh, that's right, this one. Yeah, the Dreamcast game. Yeah, that always looked fun. I think did they port this to like the 360 or the P? I know it's on PS4, but did they port it before like PS4? I swear I've played some of this. Just don't remember where they brought it. Offerings Comic Lot 1 through 3 complete series. Cry for Dawn. Comic books, huh? Got some variety on here. The War of the Comics and illustration books and manga. Oh wow. That's some cool artwork. Very different. Vans X Nintendo Mario Kart Princess Peach sneakers for toddlers. Well, I think we just found the purchase of the week. Was this fashion? Maybe this is Fashion Giraffe. I'm feeling, because Fashion Giraffe just said how she got a Switch with her daughter, so it's possible. I mean, that feels like it would line up to me. Now those are some cool shoes. Game Over on the bottom. Oh, I love it. That's definitely purchase of the week right there. Look at the box. Look at the shoelace. These things are crazy. It's like a Wii remote on the shoelace. That is wild. That's some next level detail right there, boy. Whoever thought of that needs a raise. Aerofighter's Assault for the N64, $11. There's no way that's like the complete one, right? Okay, the cart. I was gonna say $11 would be crazy for that. Yeah, it's one of the cheaper N64 carts you can buy that isn't like a sports game. And Seagate USB 3.0 external hard drive as our last pickup. So cool variety this week. Thanks to everybody that used the link. For sure, purchase of the week goes to the Pete shoes. Oh, those are for you picked them up, Echo? Awesome. There you go, purchase of the week. Echo's got some good taste. Starting her off strong with the Pete shoes. Did you just like stumble upon them on eBay, or were you specifically seeking them out? Let's see, what are we gonna search? Let's do your wife found them? Yeah, it's a fun find. Now you gotta get like a matching Peach shirt. I'm sure you can find the whole fit for that. Let's do... Let's see what's going on in 3DS land. You got it already? Alright, well she's all set. Thanks, Pat. 17 months, appreciate it. Oh my goodness. Is this really worth it though? People tell me like this really is one of the best 3DS games out there. There's gotta be a reason people want so much money for Yokai Watch 3, right? I'm mad at myself for giving up on Yokai Watch, because that certainly is a game I would have bought when it came out, but I stopped caring about Yokai Watch after the first one. The Lost Valley. This is when I stopped remembering like what Harvest Moon game is what. I can't remember what ones are supposed to be good. I could just tell from looking at the character art style though, that looks pretty janky. I don't like that character design. It's a weird chibi style. This is actually a very good Sonic game, by the way. I bring this up a lot, but I know the people on YouTube haven't seen me mention it as much. But you should not write off Sonic Boom Fire and Ice, believe me. Yes, the other Sonic Boom game that's on 3DS, definitely a sort of like very 5 out of 10, 6 out of 10 kind of game, which is also way better than you're led to believe. It's not like a terrible game, it's just very mediocre, but like decent, worth playing. It's a Metroidvania, by the way, for those that don't know, the other Sonic Boom Shadow Crystal. But this here is a legit Sonic game. Like, this is one of the best Sonic games you've never played. Fire and Ice. I had a blast with this game. Really good level design, and the gimmick, I usually hate platformers with gimmicks, but the Fire and Ice gimmick in this game is actually really fun, where you switch back and forth to, you know, either destroy the ice or as fire, or like use ice to like run across water or create bricks. Like, it's, the speed is really good. It's very similar to the Sonic Rush games, except I think even better level design. Sonic Rush, because the screens on that were more 4x3, this is more widescreen with the 3DS, so you can kind of see more of what's ahead of you. But it has that Sonic Rush kind of speed. Except you're not like slamming into things because you're going too fast. There's also more enemies in Fire and Ice. But I don't know, they do a really good job of making you feel really fast in that game and feel super good about going through the levels. The best thing in that game is when you turn in the fire mode and you can dash as like a fireball and you skip the things that they expect you to solve. So like, you go so fast and you jump so far in the fire mode that you just bypass entire puzzles, and it just feels super good. Well, I didn't say it was the best Sonic game, but I said it's one of the best you haven't played. Which is certainly probably true for most people, because most people write off Sonic Boom Fire and Ice because they just assume, they see Sonic Boom and they immediately think of how bad the other Sonic Boom game got reviewed. So they just completely ignore Fire and Ice when it's way better. Thank you, Coolio. Thank you for the bits. Look how much cheaper Yokai Watch 2 is comparatively. Such a stark difference. They will never bring back Sonic Boom. There's not a chance. They pretty much move on, right? Like, once they feel like a certain Sonic series isn't working anymore or making any money, they move on. Like, they moved on to Sonic Prime. I watched some of that, I never finished it. But yeah, you will... Sonic Boom is one thing, you will never see the games ported. They just want you to forget that it exists at this point. Any of those ones that have a TV show, if they base a game off of it, which is essentially pretty much just Sonic Boom at this point, never count on it coming back. That's why Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric on the Wii U is going to be one of the only true Wii U exclusives, because there's not a chance they will ever port that anywhere. I still gotta play Etrian Odyssey Nexus. I picked that up and keep forgetting that I bought it. I used to be very into the Etrian Odyssey games. But then they started releasing them so fast I couldn't even keep up with it anymore. Like, all the remakes and stuff they came out with. Re-releases on 3DS. Those aren't short games either, you know, they're pretty grind heavy. See, this is, you know, we've been discussing Kirby a lot, but this is what I'm talking about. This is around when I stopped really playing Kirby games. Some people really like this. I haven't played it. This is, I don't know. I just prefer my Kirby games to be more like Crystal Shards. Just give me a good old, no gimmick, like super basic Kirby platformer. Though it does make me want to reconsider and go back and play a lot of the handheld Kirby games I missed over the years. Yeah, they definitely moved away from like just pure platforming after a while. Wow. Oh, that's a Japanese version. I was gonna say, boy, that is cheap for a Dragon Quest Monsters game. Have I seen Obsession? Yeah, I saw it. Saw it like right as it came out, a couple days after it came out. Good movie. I enjoyed it. I wouldn't say it's like 10 out of 10, oh my god, but it was like, you know, very solid 8 out of 10, fun movie. Yeah, Sticker Star, $14. I haven't played Sticker Star. I really want to play, well, I really want to play the original Paper Mario again, I'll tell you that much. It's been so long since I played that, and I love that game. But I want to play, what the heck, Color Splash on Wii U. I feel like that's like one of the last Paper Mario games where they'll have some semblance of normal turn-based combat, because that Origami King, that's just a puzzle game at that point. I have a Game Park GP32. I used to, I believe. I think that was the thing I had. Korean console, whatever, right? I sold it a long time ago. Oh wow. Oh. Oh, those are like Japanese versions, so I was gonna say. Kind of cool Sonic lot. This game I really want to try. What is this called? From... Labyrinth something. Beyond Labyrinth? Get the title on that. The cover is beautiful. It's got like this foil cover, like a Pokemon card kind of foil. But it's got like that knockoff kind of Pokemon foil, you know what I mean? The one that's like way too shimmery and glossy to be a real one. Oh, the Japanese lots are always super overpriced, yeah. Yeah, they're a ripoff typically. Beyond the Labyrinth, right? Yeah. Yeah, I really want to try that game. I mean, I can stream Japanese 3DS games. It would just have to be played directly off my 3DS because it's not a capture card 3DS. Because I have a Japanese 3DS console, but it's not modded, so. But my camera's way better than it used to be. So now capturing directly off of the console like that would look a lot better than it would have years ago. With the focus and everything. I remember the 3D in this game being pretty good. The Castlevania Lord of the Shadow game on 3DS. The depth was pretty nice. I really think people, I don't think the 3D will ever really like fully, I guess the better way of saying it, people will always appreciate the 3D and 3DS games. It's not a gimmick that's like, oh, that's so outdated. It still looks really good. And we're never going to see something like that ever again. Such a fun idea. Looking back at it. There's still something really cool though about playing with 3D depth without wearing a headset and no glasses or nothing. That's really what helps it stand out. Because you don't want to always have to wear VR headsets every time you want to play a game like that. But yeah, VR, I mean, VR is certainly the evolution of it. The one thing I really regret not trying when it was still pretty new, but it was so expensive to get one of those darn TVs, was the 3D TV for like PlayStation 3 games. Especially the official one that they sold. I remember when that thing was on clearance for like $100 and I passed on it. I really regret that. I could have played like Eco and Shadow of the Colossus in 3D, among other games. I still kind of want to do it, to be honest with you. But I'm scared to look at what those TVs go for now. Etrian Odyssey 4, that's definitely one of the best in the series. If you're going to start playing Etrian Odyssey, I think 4 is actually a really good starting point. Yeah, there it is, Beyond the Labyrinth. Pretty sad we never got this Rhythm Heaven game. Digital only for us. Still excited for the new one though. I'm just glad we're getting a new Rhythm Heaven game. Physical, no less. For a DS. Oh wait, let me filter 3DS. Since that'll be a little redundant. I should also take out Pokemon. To save us the torture of every other game being a Pokemon game. Oh, Ivy the Kiwi. I was praising this game back in the day. I was actually one of the first people to put a review on this on YouTube for the Wii version. What a... It's the kind of game where I'd probably hate it today, like if this came out today. But boy, back in the day, what a fun gimmick platformer this was. The music was amazing, the graphics were nice, it was sort of like a semi-hand-drawn but cel-shaded look. I never played the DS version, but it's essentially the same darn game as the Wii version. Or did I play the DS version? Maybe, I don't remember. But it's very similar, it's pretty much the same game. I don't think I ever played Tao's Adventure. This was a sort of follow-up to... What was that other game? I could be getting this wrong, but this is like a follow-up to some other obscure... I swear it had blue in the title. Lost Magic, was it? I know this is a follow-up to something, I just can't remember what. Was it Lost Magic, this game? How is the Simpsons game on DS? What kind of game is it? Let's see. Oh, wow. Alright. I mean, I should have figured it would be some kind of minigame compilation on the DS. A Pet Homer. Man, the whole game should have been a Pet Homer. That would have been hilarious. Tamagotchi. Oop, I'm seeing that watch streak. Thank you, Frill fan. I noticed it 15 minutes ago here. Thank you for the 165 watch streak. It's a big one. Here's the one Final Fantasy. Like, nobody played Revenant Wings, right? I feel like this is one of the least played Final Fantasy games. Is it any good? I don't know if I've ever ran into somebody that was like, yeah, that game's amazing. Sure, one day I'll try it. Gotta love that censorship there. Look at that. Oh, her hair just so happens. Come on now. But it is rated E10. Mediocre at best, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard anybody speak of it very highly. I don't really ever search misspellings, no. Not on my eBay streams, at least. Is this the one? The Game Boy Advance one is a turn-based RPG, right? I don't think the DS one is. But this game on the Game Boy Advance is a turn-based RPG. I believe, interestingly enough, Aragon. Tomb Raider Legend. 3D engine or side-scrolling or isometric? I can't even tell. It looks like it's isometric. You gotta hand it to Atari. The amount of times that they've resold and repackaged the same handful of games throughout the years and probably made a ton of money doing it is commendable. And still do it to this day. This was fun. I streamed this one years ago for Horror Game Month. The really funny thing about playing this is that you're writing in English, even though it's a game from Japan. It's English of the Dead. So you're playing House of the Dead, but you're writing English to shoot the zombies. But the funny thing about it is that because it's from Japan, those of you that understand like stroke order, they follow stroke order rules. You know how they write their like kanji and their katakana, all that kind of stuff, like where you got to do certain stroke order for the characters. They do that when writing English letters. So like there's a clip of it in like my horror compilation where I'm trying to write like the letter E, or I forget what letter it was, but one of the letters, and it would not register the letter, and that was because I did the stroke order wrong on the freaking thing every time. F, yeah, F. F was, they would not let me write F without doing it like a super specific stroke order. Right? Like, meaning, like, maybe they made me go from, like, bottom to top and then do the middle line, or, like, it was top to middle, and, like, it was some dumb order, and they would not accept it until I did it a very specific way. But it was pretty funny. It was a fun game. Worth playing if you're a fan of House of the Dead. Is it as good as Typing of the Dead? I think it's a lot more fun because you're writing it with the stylus on the touchscreen. That to me is like super unique and fun. Was it 3 instead of 2? I don't remember what it was. It was something wild that I would have, like, I had to pretty much write it in a way I would never write it normally. It's like highlighted. If you go to my second channel, I have like a horror month compilation video. I'm pretty sure it's highlighted in that video. In the editing. The heck is it in? What is that? It's like a cover for it? I don't think I've ever seen something like that. I guess it's a cart protector. I think this was one of the origins, by the way, of me realizing that I just hate platformers with puzzles. When Henry Hatsworth came out, people were going crazy over this game. I don't know if any of you remember this. This was like the hot talk on YouTube. People were in love with Henry Hatsworth. I played it and I'm like, this is not for me. It's a platforming game where you're like solving puzzles at the same time on the second screen. I really couldn't stand it. I think that was the beginning of me realizing that like straight up puzzle games like in my platformer is just not for me. It's such a nostalgic game though. There was a lot of hype around that game on YouTube back in the day. What in the hell is that? Look at Bomberman. What kind of game is that? Hudson game? See if someone shows the back. They just refuse to show the back of the box. Are you the seller that finally shows it? Thank you. What in the world? This looks like my kind of DS game. And you get Bomberman games in here? What the heck? Gotcha Pin Challenge. That looks wacky. A little aggressively, I'm doing alright, thank you. Crazy Bones. I didn't even realize Crazy Bones were still a thing in 2012. I bought some of those things. Those are the things that are just like little plastic figures, and like the storage case was a casket or something, right? Am I thinking of the right thing? Didn't realize that was still going on that late. Hardware upgraded handhelds. In terms of like official ones, the only one that I have that has anything meaningfully done to it is Atari Lynx. Otherwise, these days I just get whatever the modern equivalent upgraded version is from like Analog or something, right? Like Analog Pocket. It's like a Japanese Barney. Oh, that sounds perfect. If I ever get back into collecting import DS games, I'll look for that. Just remind me. This is a game I think we all regret passing up on when it first came out at this point, right? Still one of the oddest collaborations ever, Pokemon Conquest. I'm like kind of fascinated by it now. I just don't really want to have to pay what it goes for at this point, but if I would have bought it when it came out, it would have been a different story. Now, Lost in Blue is a series I'd love to see. I mean, they did with that stupid Switch 2 launch game. What was it called? Survival Kids? Tarot. I still never played that. I can't believe they were charging full price for that game. I want to see a true Lost in Blue comeback, though. Something that plays like the original games. Original Survival Kids. Not no friend slop online game. Which is what that game was. The original Lost in Blue is one of the more fun, like, gimmicky DS games. It pretty much used everything the DS had to the fullest degree. Like, every little gimmick you can think of. I love the fact that this Belisarius game is expensive now all of a sudden. What are you doing it? Befriend horses, unlock 10 secret codes to use online. Maintain your stable. Explore the trails. Curious what they would do in that. Minigame compilation, I guess? When in doubt on the DS, just assume it's a minigame compilation. Survival Kids and Lost in Blue are similar. Survival Kids on Game Boy Color is pretty much Lost in Blue. But the new Survival Kids is nothing like the originals. And the one on the Wii I heard is kind of garbage too. Captain Rainbow. I do have Captain Rainbow on the Wii. Yeah, that's one of the imports I picked up. I don't think I ever got around to playing it though, or maybe I did. Perhaps. Man, can these bot names get like any more like, come on. How are you gonna call yourself a bunch of random letters and numbers? At least get creative. Might as well ban them before they even have a chance. Yes, I will be streaming State of Play. I'll be streaming Summer Game Fest, Xbox Showcase, whatever Nintendo puts out, and perhaps some of the indie showcases if the timing on those lines up with me like streaming that day or something. Yeah, State of Play. Don't forget, June 2nd, couple days, 5 p.m. Eastern. I'll be multi-streaming it on YouTube, Twitch, Kick, so whatever one you want to watch on. I've always been interested in this Atelier game. I'm not really interested in most of the Atelier games anymore, but this one I always wanted to try. It's like a... You do a lot of like mini-game stuff or something. It's very different compared to the other Ateliers, from what I understand. I don't think it has a huge focus on turn-based combat at all. I remember trying to get the limited edition for this. Now I would not care about I wouldn't want the limited edition. Even if you gave me the option, I'd just take the standard version. I don't care about the box with the little figures. Back in the day I did, I don't care anymore. Pokemon Dash, also known as a game that I would never ever stream on my modded 3DS, because in order to play this game, you literally just slash your touchscreen the entire time. You're just swiping it the entire time you play. So the only way I'd play this is on like a backup console that I don't mind scratching the screen. Yeah, I've heard horror stories of people playing the Pokemon Ranger games and Pokemon Dash, because those games use like very aggressive swiping on the touchscreen. Gotta figure out what the next Pokemon game is that I'm gonna play. We just finished Pokemon Snap, we did Leaf Green. Do we do Stadium? But if I do Stadium, I gotta like play Pokemon Red, Blue, or Yellow to import my Pokemon. I'm thinking we do something else. I've been kind of itching for like trying Sword and Shield again. I never gave Sword and Shield a proper chance, because my first playthrough of that I tried to do a Nuzlocke, which was interesting, but probably not the right move. Or, I would love to play Emeralds. Never did Emeralds. Hey You Pikachu. Yeah, I've never played Hey You Pikachu. That's another interesting one. Yeah, my first playthrough Emerald would certainly not be modded. I want to play like base or original as intended. Or I was thinking like new Pokemon Snap. I don't know. Have to decide. Oh wow, that's expensive now. Oh, it's sealed. Emily the Strange. Cool cover. Apparently it's based off of something. I'm not familiar with it, but I think the cover's pretty cool. Very eye-catching if you saw this on a shelf. Create your own Zonsters. Cool art style. Do I think we'll see DS games on the Switch soon? I'm not sure about that. I don't know how... I guess the only way they'd be able to pull that off is that if they let you hold your Switch vertically, and then they can display the top and the bottom screen that way. Lunar Genesis? Excuse me? What is this? Did they just like give it a different name for the PAL version? Huh. Never saw that. Platinum. I don't think I own Platinum. I used to have the box for it and the manual, but I think I sold it separately. Came in a box lot. Yeah, Platinum's another one held to a very high standard. You have to EV train and overlevel for the Elite Four. Sounds like the perfect game to do my low tier Pokemon challenge. That was a lot of fun for Leaf Green. Let me see, do I still have my screenshot? Where is it? Where did I save it? There it is. See if I can show people that weren't here for my playthrough who I beat the Elite Four with. My full playthrough is on YouTube too if you want to watch it. I would recommend it. It was a fun playthrough. If I can find it again. This is who I beat Leaf Green with. Slightly like underleveled, not overleveled. Farfetch, Sandslash. A special attacking Chansey. It was not built around defense. It was like a special attack Chansey. And it had Metronome. Right? Yeah, the Chansey had Metronome. Not the Wigglytuff. Venomoth, Kingler, and Wigglytuff. That was a fun playthrough. If you want to watch that, it's on the YouTube channel. So I will be streaming Skies of Arcadia. I have a plan for getting back to it, which I will be showing people when I'm going to be picking up a little later. I loved Asphalt Urban GT. It's kind of crazy to look at what that series has become now. It's so overblown as a very successful mobile game. But man, I thought Asphalt was an awesome launch game on the DS. Great looking game. The colors are awesome. The sense of speed was great. People slammed this game. I loved it. I thought that was a really fun launch game. Deep Labyrinth. That was a weird game. That was originally a mobile phone game that they actually, from Japan, that they ported to the DS, which is why it looks so primitive. Just a very basic dungeon crawler with some very finicky touchscreen mechanics for casting spells. As a lot of DS RPGs like to do around that time. It's like, oh, you gotta draw this thingamajig on the screen in order to cast a spell. It's like, oh great, again, another game that does that. Sin and Punishment. Yeah, actually I would like to track down an actual cart of that. I had it on my Wii when they released it on like Wii Virtual Console back in the day. So yeah, that might actually be something to look into. Ooh, that's expensive. Burger Island. $50. Is it just one of those late releases or something? Frantic Farming? So is this one of those puzzle games or something? No screenshots, wow. Score Attack Survival Crop. Okay, so it is one of the puzzles. I didn't know that they came out with a second puzzle game. They must have, like, how are you going to sell this game without a single screenshot on the back of the box? Funny thing is, even though I filter Pokemon, we still got a ton of Pokemon. Alright, we gotta do our PS2 search. We always gotta look at PS2. Man, the sellers from Japan are out in force tonight, let me tell you. So many listings from Japan. This is a great game, by the way. High recommendation for me for Astro Boy on PS2. But specifically, you gotta be careful. You gotta make sure you get this Astro Boy and not the other game that is also called Astro Boy that's based off the movie. This is the one from Sonic Team from Sega. I know almost nothing about Astro Boy, but I had a blast playing this game. I mean, this really felt like I was playing Sonic Adventure 3 sometimes, because it was very Sonic-esque in the gameplay. Very cinematic, short game. You can beat this game in like 3 to 4 hours. Really, really short. Clean, squeaky visuals. Very simple action, flying, platforming kind of gameplay. I actually look forward to playing this again one day. Very underrated game. Yeah, you can swap out the artwork on DS cases. Oh, look who's back. Good old Susie Carolyn from last week. Still listing up a storm trying to scam people. What kills me is they list like really good games. I would feel differently if they were listing crap, but they're like listing the best of the best on PS2. Apparently the scam, for those wondering, is they list multiple copies of the same game at really, really, really high prices, and they say that it's mint condition, untouched from their collection. But then when they send it to you, if you're dumb enough to buy it for their like 500% markup prices, you get a different copy that's in worse condition. But they somehow dodge negative feedback, maybe because they don't get a lot of sales. I have no idea. It's like the weirdest seller I've ever seen on eBay. Very weird. It's like, would you spend $120 for Eco when you can just buy it from somebody else for $20 or $30? I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. My theory is that they get fake feedback, and then they hope that people see their feedback and then say, oh, they're a great seller, look at their feedback. Oh, the condition has to be immaculate because look at the price they're charging, look at the feedback. And then like maybe once a month or something, somebody legit actually buys one of their games, they make a few $100. Rinse and repeat. Like I don't understand. Can't quite place it. Unless they sell more than we think, and the people that buy from them are really just that satisfied because they think those are the actual prices of the games. I don't know. Because they fake a lot of sales. They'll have like 20 sold copies of a PS2 game, all using the same picture. Every listing. And the price is like $100 more than it should be. It's very weird. But what makes it even more messed up is that them constantly selling fake listings like that is artificially increasing the price of those games. Right? Every time a copy of a game that normally sells for $20 or $30 sells on that seller store for $120, $130, that makes sites like Price Charting increase the price of the game unfairly. Is that for both games? No, it's just for the first game. I will be coming back to Xenosaga, by the way, but I think when I reintroduce it, it's going to be multi-stream to all the platforms. I think it's the way I want to go about it. Because right now, the whole, like, only streaming it a few hours at a time when I have time late at night, like, that's just hard for me to do right now with my schedule. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about Xenosaga. I really want to try and finish up the RPGs I was working on so I can start other RPGs at some point, because I don't want to start more before I finish at least one of the ones I was playing. I didn't play Strange Journey Redux. I played the original Strange Journey, which I was really into on the DS. Well, I guess, you know, original would be Saturn, but I played the DS version, which I liked, so I didn't do Redux, though. That was around the time when there were so many RPGs like that releasing, it was just, like, impossible to play all of them. You had to kind of skip some of them. So skipping an SMT game seemed like a pretty good choice, because those are typically very long. $140 for Manhunt 2 without the manual. I think time is slipping away to get that game reasonably priced. That is one of the few remaining horror games I still need on PS2. I have almost every one. I still need that. I need that. Sadly, I still need Shattered Memories. I don't... I'm not sure if that's going to happen anytime soon. And then... what the hell else do I need? Let me search PS2 horror. I'm pretty sure I have almost every horror game. And that does also include, like, the PAL exclusives and stuff, too. I have almost all those. What am I missing? Shoutouts to Horror Game Month for making me pick these games up 10 years ago before they shot up in price. Oh, I don't think I have Siren because I bought that on the PS4. I don't believe I have it on PS2. Because I had the PS4 version, so I was like, oh, why would I need it on PS2? Siren's getting up there, though. Boy. What are some of my favorite PS2 horror titles? I am a big fan of Kuon and Rule of Rose. I do think those are worth the hype. Are they worth the price? No, but like they are worth the hype to play them if you have the ability to. I wasn't that big in the Haunting Ground, though. Like some people are. Also, I think Obscure the Aftermath is pretty underrated. That's a really fun B horror movie, kind of survival horror that I think a lot of people ignore. I think it's way better than the first game, personally. This is also really fun. I think a lot of people skip on Dead Aim because they figure that you have to use the gun to play the game, but no, it's actually a very competent, fun game to play with a controller. I played through the whole game with a controller, it was great. I never felt like, oh man, I'm missing out by not having the gun con. It's just, it played like a slightly janky action game. Michigan is an experience, yeah. I like Michigan. That I'll play again at some point too. It's definitely one of the weirdest ones out there. Yeah, I am pretty sure... I'm only missing 2, maybe 3 horror games on PS2. And then I have every one of them. There might be something kind of like... Oh, Manhunt. Yeah, I need Manhunt. Well, I was already counting Manhunt. Manhunt, Silent Hill, Shattered Memory. Siren. I think I need Siren. I can't think of anything else. Man, I can't believe it's come to that point where I almost have all of them. I have The Suffering 2. I think I have it on PS2. I'm pretty sure. No, I definitely can't. It might be Xbox, but I'm pretty sure it's PS2. Have Echo Knight. Oh yeah, well, Kuon went up like crazy recently, but so did Rule of Rose. But Kuon is like astronomical levels at this point. Have the Evil Dead games. I don't think I have Van Helsing, or do I? I might be missing that. I have Ghost Hunter. Man, I would have never had that on my bingo card all those years ago when I wasn't really playing horror games. That I'd be like this PS2 horror aficionado now. Thank you to Horror Game Month. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else. Of course, it's not going to show everything, but... Oh, we got another D. Wow, 2 back-to-back Ds. Double D. From Italy. 2 Italian Ds, one after the other. That's a first. We've never seen something like that before. This one is still... Oh, that ain't sealed. It says wrap a warp. I thought it said it had the wrap on it. No manual. The zombie virus versus the ambulance. This was a pretty terrible game. I have the PAL version of this, where I think it's just called Zombie. The zombie virus? I can't remember what they called it for that version. It's like Crazy Taxi with zombies. It's kind of... A lot of these simple series games are not very good, but they got some charm to them. When will Discrot start? It's already here. You gotta believe all the people on YouTube. Your collections are already ruined, sell them. I have no idea. Wow, more D. Well, I guess this is what happens. When you search horror, you're gonna get D in that result. Because that's one of the few keywords you can use to help let people find your copies that you're selling for D. It's kind of a hard game to optimize the key terms for. Silent Hill 1? Yeah, Silent Hill 1 is about $300 now. What is she selling? Headphones. Come on, everybody. You know you need those $300 headphones that you can get on Amazon for 50 bucks. Should I go on eBay and start selling video games like that, where I like stand in front of the camera and pose with the game? It's an idea, right? We might as well start. Vanna White my games. Hyper Rally. I remember this being very bad. Japanese exclusive racing game. Terrible controls, if I recall. Like, some of the worst controls I've ever experienced in a racing game. The chair. I honestly forget the brand name of this thing now. It's some kind of ergonomic chair that, you know, you can adjust in different ways to help your posture. Which I still don't have the best posture when I sit in this chair, I'm not gonna lie to you. But it's better than what I was using before. Once I straighten up around my streaming area though, which I want to do, you know, definitely before horror month, because it's a mess around here. I really want to get in the habit of taking regular breaks when I stream. Like, it is still so bad that I sit as long as I do and don't get up and like stretch and move around. Just that my streaming area is very tight. I haven't straightened it up in a while. But I want to start incorporating breaks into my streams. It's just a healthier thing to do. Oh, we got another pair of headphones. She looks like a fun reseller, though. She looks like she's having fun. $180 for Final Fantasy VII from good old Susie. Anybody need Final Fantasy VII for $180? Don't worry about the listing right below hers where you can get it for $30. You gotta buy it from Susie. This is the seller I was complaining about earlier. It makes no sense. No sense. Here you go. Here's her other items. Everything is marked up. Probably by like 300% or more. Right? Final Fantasy Origins? What's that? Oh, don't worry about the other sellers that are selling it for $25, $30. Susie's got it for $140. She's got you covered. And then she advertises that it's pristine, but you get a different copy because guess what Susie does? She uses the same pictures and descriptions and relists the games over and over, so you're not going to get the exact pristine copy that she sells in her listings. Oh, what's that? $100 for Devil May Cry? For PS2? $120 for Burnout 3? Where she lists it as brand new, but it's actually used? I don't understand how this seller is still operating. It makes no sense. It's just... something's going on. I don't know. Yeah, they're not brand new. They're used. And now we're getting flooded with her listings. Can't escape them. Something tells me she probably gets negatives, but then gets them removed somehow. Because there's no way you pull a scam like that for as long as she has, and you go a full year without a negative. Tetris Plus is so fun. Yeah, that reminds me. I gotta play that Tetris game. The new Tetris, they call it, on the N64. That game looks different enough where I may actually like it as a Tetris game. The gimmick in that is pretty different. Where you gotta make like perfect squares. It's possible. They may actually... You know what they might do? Here's what I think they do. They find actual mint copies on eBay where they're actually in really good shape. They buy them at like a marked up price, but nothing crazy, right? So maybe they get a nice mint condition copy of Final Fantasy VII for like $60, $50, and then they flip it for $180. Maybe because it's not hard to find Eco, right? Like eventually if you buy enough copies of Eco, you're going to find one that's really good condition, like untouched disc. And you can get it for $20, $30 because most people are not going to charge an arm and a leg because their disc of Eco has no scratches. So then you take that and then you're like, oh, this is mint pristine from my personal collection, and you flip it for $120. I think that's actually what they're doing. So the people that are buying probably are getting really good condition copies, but not the originals that were shown in the pictures. They're just ones that they buy and then flip them for 200% profit. Right, so they probably look for listings specifically that say no scratches on disc, excellent condition. Then they buy it for the normal price that the game would normally sell at, and then they sell it at an extreme markup because they're apparently this expert in selling pristine copies of games, so you gotta trust them and pay a premium. That's probably what it is. It seems like the most feasible explanation. Sheep Raider getting up there. A lot of people ask me if I played Sheep Raider. I will say in the past few years, this is one of the most asked PS1 games. Like when people say, have you played? This one tends to be one of the most asked if I played it. And yes, I have played it. I think it's one of the best looking PS2 games visually. I mean, this really looks like a Looney Tunes cartoon come to life. It has a cel shaded look without the harsh black lines is the best way to describe it. It's a really good looking game. I recommend it. Wild Arms 1 and 2. It seems like a pretty reasonable price if they're both complete good condition. Neither game is like that expensive anymore, but if you average it out to $50 a pop, that's really not bad. Free shipping. Oh look, pristine. There's good old Susie making us believe that Wild Arms is $170. Both games in excellent condition. You better buy it before Susie does. She'll buy this and then flip Wild Arms for $170 and Wild Arms 2 for probably $300. I'll link you guys the seller. They seem to have very reasonable. Actually, their prices are, because Vampire Hunter D definitely, a lot of people try and sell that for more than $100. That's a good, I believe that's a pretty good listing on Wild Arms. Just a link to their store. Which I might as well plug it one more time in case people were not here earlier. I'll give you the link to my store too, because I'll be listing stuff on there. Man, it wasn't enough for Embalmed to gift $50 earlier. He's got to drop another $10 super chat. Thanks, Embalmed. Really appreciate you. Have I played any of the Gungrave games? It's so funny because I was actually almost going to talk about Gungrave when I passed it by earlier. So I've only played the first Gungrave and the Gungrave Gore. I didn't play Overdose Ship. But Gungrave has quickly grown to being one of my favorite PS2 games. Like, that game may actually be... Spoilers for when I eventually come out with a new top 20 PS2 game list, but I feel like Gungrave may have potential to crack my top 20. Like, that game is so good. Perfect length, perfect action. So simple. Action beat 'em up. A game you can beat in like 2 to 3 hours, endlessly replayable, at least in my opinion, because I attempted speedruns for it, so to me it was endlessly replayable. Yeah, I think it holds up. I think Gungrave is like peak PS2 action. I got overdose on my roulette wheel, so when that pops back up again, you know, we'll eventually get around to it. And then they patched Gungrave Gore, which means that I've eventually got to play that again, because it fixed one of my biggest issues with the game. Alright, what did I search before? Final Fantasy TCD CDC 10 Cloud. I searched this because I'm the only person with this listing. Alright, I'm just linking this just so you guys can follow my eBay store. For when I do start listing like games and more card stuff. There will be a lot of trading card stuff on here, I will warn you that. But I will be posting games. And these prices here, don't worry, this is just for the Pokemaniacs. We discussed early in the stream the pricing on this stuff. So if it looks like shocking to you, you should just watch the beginning of the stream. But anyway, here's the link if you want to follow my eBay store. Get notifications when I post stuff. Be one of the 129. Who will be the 130th follower? Let's see. No follower yet, unless it doesn't update in real time. Probably takes a bit. Which console? No idea. You know, probably be a lot of like PS2, Xbox stuff. Old Xbox, GameCube. Yeah, I'm not sure how much. It'll probably be a lot of buy it now stuff. I used to do auctions, which was really fun. But I don't know, like some of the auctions I felt were going higher than they should have. And it made me feel like a little hesitant about auctions. Because, you know, people were bidding higher because it was my stuff kind of thing. I mean, was it fun to watch my stuff end in real time on the streams? It definitely was. Like, I'll probably still put them up occasionally, but I'm not going to make that my main focus. I remember one time, one of the other sellers on eBay messaged me, and they're like, why did your copy of this game sell for, like, this much? When they're trying to sell the same game, like, much cheaper. But mine bidding went up way above their buy it now, and I had to explain to them, I'm like, listen, I do these eBay streams every week, so I'm a bit of an exception. And I'm like, oh man, that is definitely like an awkward situation. Wait, is this a really good like, did this come down in price, or is this just a good deal? This used to go for a lot more than $65. So one person there wants 68. These other ones want more. Guess Chocobo Racing's come down a little bit in price. Great game, by the way. I love Chocobo Racing. Super fun kart racer. Yet another game that I did like a little bit of speedrunning for. Used to do so much speedrunning back in the day, so it's like practically every game I look at, it's like, oh yeah, I remember the weekend I speedran that game. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, with my auctions, I didn't tell people what I thought the item was worth. Like, I would not mention at all, like, what I feel like it should be bid up to, especially if it was a lot or something. I let people decide that for themselves. Sometimes my auctions would actually go cheaper than what they, like, underpriced. Not everything went for more. Like, whoever got my copy of, I sold my extra copy of Heart of the Alien on Sega CD. That went, like, way cheaper than... Because I started all my auctions at $1. $1 starting, or 1 penny starting, whatever the heck I did. So I let people decide what it was worth. 1 penny free shipping, I believe, is what I was doing. The big boys are back. This is a fishing game for people that like hate fishing, because you get to fish up T-Rexes. It's one of those wacky kind of fishing games. Actually a pretty darn rare game, by the way. Big old bass too. Pretty hard to track that one down. This metal black label jewel case set is getting more expensive by the day for that variant. It's not an extremely rare variant. In fact, it's probably one of the more common. I'd say uncommon, not super common, but it's definitely like uncommon, not super rare for the black label variant jewel case. To me, really rare jewel case variants are the ones where you can search eBay and there will never be one for sale, like on a given day. But if there's always one or a few available, it just can't be that rare. Have I played Blueprints? I did play Blueprints last year. Sadly, I never finished it, so I never got to find out like what the heck the mystery was with some of the things in that game. But I did one stream of it, and I was really getting into it, but sadly I was playing it towards the end of the year kind of thing, where I was trying to juggle a lot of games that were like game of the year contenders. So I got distracted by other games. I really enjoyed what I played, but I do regret never finding out like what the heck the mystery was. Why were there certain things in the game? Like, okay, what were these paintings about? What was the correlation between this and something else in the game? Like, I never really... People were like, just wait, it gets crazy. I never really got to that moment. But I did really like what I played. Apparently I did really good on my first attempt through that game. People were like shocked. My first time playing the game, I made it apparently very deep into the game. Something that like you would normally, it would take other people like days to reach. I got very lucky apparently, which was pretty funny. People in chat were like flipping out like, oh my god, I can't believe he just found this, or just got into this room, or triggered that cutscene. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but apparently I'm doing something right. I haven't made a video on biggest gaming regrets. I don't think so. I mean, it's certainly an interesting video idea. I'll have to keep that in mind. I really try not to have regrets. Though, of course, it's kind of hard to avoid that from time to time. Because you always think back on the things that you wish you still had. Or didn't buy or bought, you know. But I really try not to get, like, too hung up on it. Because then you'll just be miserable thinking about all the things that you messed up on in the past with games. Hello, Robert. Oh, she put glasses on. Oh, she's selling the glasses. Is she? Are those spy glasses? I just love the fact that like these people have no idea that they're getting like an extra couple hundred viewers as I scroll past their eBay live thing. Blueprints is a roguelike, yes. Roguelite, whatever you prefer. It is extremely randomized. The whole game is random. Like, there's some structure to it, but it is, very non-linear. We might as well search N64 since, well, I've been playing a lot of N64 lately. Man, Japan got a much busier Castlevania box than we did. They got the skeletons on there. I don't like their logo, though. Pokemon Puzzle League. I rented that game. I don't really remember much, though. Like, I feel like I'd probably enjoy it now, though. Just for the Pokemon nostalgia. Ouch, that is a rough cart. They should definitely not be charging 35 bucks for that. No, yeah, this is something I brought up in the past. N64 cart only is actually still, in my opinion, very affordable for most games. Yeah, of course you got the outliers that are gonna run you 100 bucks or more here or there. But most games are very affordable if you're going cart only, but you gotta be very careful with the fakes. There's so many repros. So if you're buying anything that is like a popular game, you should really be just double checking, looking for any kind of wear, looking for rental stickers to help confirm it. I'm looking for pictures of the inside of the board if the seller offers them. Right, I think it's pretty safe to say that's a real copy of Smash Brothers. That's a real label of Zelda. But, you know, you want to be careful. Currently, no, I am still very focused on just continuing to play the games that I've been working on. Some of my backlog. I'm not really looking to play Mina. Sure, it's a cool game, but it's kind of a long one. And then 007, that's the kind of game I can definitely wait until it's on sale. Oh, she's selling games. She does it all. Electronics. Expedition 33. What the heck game is that behind it? I can't tell. She's got to fan him out more. Go one by one. Alright, well, I guess we'll never know. Those kind of auctions, by the way, they typically go for, like, way more than they should. Those live auctions. I see it all the time with the card stuff. People bid crazy. Like, a card will be worth $5, they'll pay $20 for it. It's like, why? Because what happens is the auctions are so fast, some of them only give you like 10, 15, 20 seconds to bid. They don't give you enough time to look up what something's worth, so you just go based off of what they say or what you think. And then they end up bidding way higher because nobody has time to actually research the prices. Ninja Gaiden. I thought it might have looked like that new Ninja Gaiden game. Do I buy Japanese copies instead of American because you want a full PS3 North American list, but you get Africa for 20? Personally, I don't do that. The only time that I buy the Japanese copies is if it's exclusive. You got to keep in mind too with Africa that's a pretty text-heavy game, I believe. So it might be a little hard to play in Japanese. I can give you some recommendations if I see anything out of the ordinary here. There's still a ton of N64 games I gotta play, but I think N64 is a little hard to, like, most of the games on there are already really well known. It's kind of hard to recommend ones that are like super under the radar. I guess like I actually have played some really weird ones lately. Like I think it's like this Robotron game. I had a blast with this. Robotron 64. That's so underrated. If you like that sort of like early 2000s, late 90s, like drum and bass soundtrack with the like psychedelic visuals in an arcade game, that was actually a ton of fun. What were the other ones that I played? Oh, here it is. These two games here. I'm just recommending them because like I don't really see these recommended too much. But this Monster Truck Madness game from Rockstar, look at that cover. It's blinding my webcam is how shiny it is. This was fun. This took a little bit of getting used to. The controls were wild as hell. But once you kind of like learn how to finesse the joystick, that was a really fun racing game. And then this was supposed to be one of the worst fighting games of all time. I had a blast with this stupid game, Dual Hearts. That was an experience. Pretty hard to get game though. It's a little rare, but the cart's not hard to get. You can watch me play those games on, if you go back a month or so, you'll find just look for my first N64 variety stream. I played all those games. I'm in the process of trying to get more of the obscure stuff that I've always wanted to play on N64 though over the years. So I'll be having more actually obscure ones to recommend soonish in the future. Like, I recommend Aiden Chronicles. I may be one of the only people that recommends this game because most people crap on it. But I think it's a very ambitious but flawed RPG. It's extremely slow, but there's nothing else like it on the console. You just got to be willing to bear with a extremely slow, I mean slow, RPG. But the scope of the world is pretty ambitious. It's like just it's sort of like, imagine if Zelda Ocarina of Time, where instead of it being a Zelda game where you're like running around and you're doing real-time action combat, is a turn-based RPG. And you just move it at like half the speed. That's pretty much Aiden Chronicles. Oh look, Dual Heroes. Is it worth playing for $30? Yeah, but completing box is a little harder to get. You gotta be a little patient with that. They're announcing 4 new N64 games Monday. I'm all for it. I love homebrew stuff like that. Which N64 game did I spend the most time with? Ooh. Would have probably had to have been one that had online, not online, had multiplayer. I played a lot of GoldenEye multiplayer. I played a lot of Smash Brothers multiplayer. Played a lot of Mario Kart and Diddy Kong. So those would probably be some of the top ones. Trying to think if I'm forgetting. Oh, I played a lot of Snowboard Kids, but not as much multiplayer with Snowboard Kids. Oh, and I played a lot of Bomberman 64. Yeah, I played a ton of Bomberman 64. I didn't play much Gauntlet Legends when I was younger. Honestly, I didn't really start playing much Gauntlet until Gauntlet Dark Legacy. Gauntlet Dark Legacy was the first one that I really played a lot of. I think I just rented Gauntlet Legends. Oh, Monster Truck Man is still only 18 bucks. There's some really great reasonable games if you're willing to go cart only. And if you go the cart only route and you're willing to do it, you can get like the custom labels so you can see what game it is from the side, or you can get custom boxes. There's ways to make it fun, because let's face it, cart only and 64 games are kind of bland and boring because you can't even see what the heck game it is from the side. So you gotta get creative with how to display that. Not just for like displaying purposes, but for the practicality of being able to see what the heck games you have in your collection without having to flip through every card every time. I'll be streaming this game. Once I have the time to remember to set up, I probably wouldn't need it for some of these games, but just in case, I want to have a setup where I can like live translate things if I need to with menus. But this will be one of the games that I'm streaming for my import N64 games, Tamagotchi World. One of the cheapest games you could buy. You can get that cheaper than 20 bucks too. Like, the sellers from Japan are selling that for complete for like $10. Best Sonic game in my opinion. You probably don't want to know my opinion on the best Sonic game in 2026. Yeah. But I mean, it's not even a troll answer, like it's my real answer, which is Sonic R. See, these are some fake looking carts there, boy. Be careful out there. You got PS2 games and my N64 games. And a random Japanese copy of Eco. Now that's my kind of seller. But what isn't my kind of seller is that price. I still gotta remember to look into the speedrun for Pokemon Snap. I know that sounds crazy. Yes, you can speedrun this game. I still just gotta like see what they do. I know they do something with the camera and like the way that you look in the cart speeds you up and stuff. It just sounds so fascinating. How do you speedrun Pokemon Snap? That just sounds so wild. Maybe that'll be the game to get me back into speedruns. I also want to try and get Flying Dragon. I want to get a lot of the jank-ass fighting games on N64. That's my favorite generation and era of fighting games. PS1 N64 fighting games are the best. They're just the right amount of terribleness to make them fun. I'll be streaming this soon. It was a toss-up yesterday between streaming Buck Bumble and Battle for Naboo. I chose Buck Bumble, which I will be finishing. In my next N64 stream, it's going to be a bit of a variety stream. The stream will probably start with finishing the last 2 levels of Buck Bumble, and then we'll move on to a different game. Or 2, I don't know what'll come after it. I think Battle for Naboo is going to be its own stream, though. The kind of games that fit in a variety stream are more so like racing games, arcade-style games. I wouldn't do something that's... I don't like doing variety streams on games that have like strict campaigns with stories, because, you know, usually that requires an entire stream or more to go through. Look how cheap Rayman 2 is with the box. That box is amazing. Oil embossed cover. One of the cheaper complete games you can still get. Not the best condition on this one, but even ones in really good shape are still pretty cheap. Oh yeah, I have a complete in box Superman 64. That's a pretty common game. You'll see it on here a lot. We can't listen to the Buck Bumble music because that triggers copyright problems. It triggered it on my stream. So now they're stealing half my revenue from that VOD because of the freaking title screen. It is what it is. That's what happens on YouTube. I can mute it and remove it, but I mean, you'd have to be crazy to mute and remove the Buck Bumble title screen. I'll just have to let it be. I really want to pick up the Smash Brothers Remix, the new version that they have. I'm tempted to pick up a repro card of that. That could be really fun. Playing Smash Brothers with like a bunch of new characters, retooled stages, like just completely kind of like rehauled, so that looks really good. I don't know if any of you played that. Your brother took most of your N64 games up to college, now they're just in a storage unit. Were they complete or were they all card only? Make sure you get those back before the storage unit is potentially lost. You should give them a call and be like, listen, how much do I gotta pay you to get down to that storage unit? Ship them to me. This is another one I want to play. Like, see, this is the kind of crap I'm after on N64. Every time I see this, I think of Power Rangers. But man, it looks so bad, like in a good way. I love these stupid fighting games on N64. Shoutouts to War Gods. The GOAT. I have not played either of those. People ask me a lot about Space Station Silicon Valley. I do have it. I bought that complete long ago, thankfully. Years and years ago. So I do have it on the ready whenever I'm looking to try it. Hey You Pikachu with all the accessories. I'm sure this would be a stream to remember. I'm sure I would have no problems talking to Pikachu with a microphone on the N64, right? What could possibly go wrong? Surely would not be another Lifeline situation. This here is one of the absolute cheapest complete in box N64 games you can get. Twisted Edge. Not sure why it's so cheap. I think I may have played this game a long time ago on stream. I think I have a cartridge of it somewhere. But yeah, it's definitely like one of the cheapest games you can get. Are there any websites that would help identify a video game based on a loose description? Well, I mean, if you're looking to help identify a game, we can help you do that. If you know the console and you can loosely describe it, I'm pretty sure one of us would know it. Alright, here's the question. Should my first playthrough of Mega Man Legends be Mega Man Legends on PS1 or Mega Man 64? I understand the downsides of 64. But some people say the controls are way better on it, I believe, is like the good point. And the only good point, really. Is there any reason to play the N64 version other than just for playing it on N64? Dark Rift, another terribly excellent fighting game I need to do. I gotta get the Xena game. I used to have it. I sold it before I played it. She's selling... Is that a tablet or a Switch or something? What the heck? Looks like a Switch. I think she just sold a Switch. I think it was on Game Boy Color. Some sort of Hot Wheels racing game. Please remember it being miniature cars because... yeah, I know exactly what game you're talking about. I think you're thinking of, it's a cool game that streams. What was the name of it? I don't have my Game Boy Color games in front of me. It was like Rat... Hold on. I know what one you're talking about. Racing Rats. Here, let me see if I can show it to you. See, I can be your personal chat GPT. And this checks out because it's in a bedroom. Oh god, that music. Something like that. It's a pretty obscure one, that's why I figured it might be what you're thinking of if you've never been able to find it. Because he is literally in a bedroom. A kid's bedroom. And I could see why you would think it would maybe be Hot Wheels. Because it looks like Hot Wheels. So I'm assuming you've already looked up any Hot Wheels games that may have been on Game Boy Color, right? And ruled those out? Because I'm trying to think of other games on Game Boy Color that would feel like a Hot Wheels game, even if they're not Hot Wheels. And you're certain it's not Game Boy Advance? Oh, a Matchbox game. Yeah, you're right. Could be a Matchbox game. There are some Matchbox games on Game Boy Color. I don't think I've really played any Matchbox games, though. Yeah, because nothing is ringing a bell when it comes to a game that looks like Hot Wheels in a kid's, like a bedroom type setting on Game Boy Color other than that game, so it would have to be Matchbox. I feel like if he's been looking for 3 games for a long time, I feel like he would have ruled out anything like Micro Machines or... I mean, maybe not. Maybe he missed one of them. But that would be the first place I'd look for a game with that description. Could be on Game Boy Color, Game Boy. Well, the good news is there's a lot of like those kind of games on Game Boy Advance and to some degree on Game Boy Color. So you'll definitely find it. Another obscure one to consider is a game called Drome Racers on Game Boy Advance, if it was a Game Boy Advance game. But I think you would remember because that one has really crazy graphics. So if you don't remember having really crazy 3D-like graphics, that wouldn't be it. No, I don't think it would be Toy Story Racer. I was thinking that, but I think that would be easy to remember because it's Toy Story. Man, I love the cover that Japan got for Episode 1 Racer. Look at that. If some of those were cheap enough, it would be like super tempting to get it just for the box, but I'm not paying $150 for that. Toy Story Racer is a cool game on Game Boy Color, though. I love the graphics on that. I love those fake 3D games on Game Boy Color. They're so impressive. Am I fire selling tonight? Oh, I don't do that kind of stuff on my eBay streams. I browse and then post links to things for people. Yeah, I don't do those like whatnot style kind of streams. Waluigi's taco stand. Wow. Just when you think you've seen it all. How dare they not show any gameplay? Well, by his description of it being like a Hot Wheels orange track, it's gotta be like a Matchbox or a Hot Wheels game. He's just gotta do a little digging. He'll definitely find it. The issue will be, all the games are going to look the same, so it's figuring out what one it was that he actually originally played. Oh, we just passed by a bunch of fake carts just now. Yeah, we passed by a bunch of fake N64 carts. Sometimes they're really obvious, but sometimes it's a little tricky. Sometimes you pass by them and probably don't even realize. I don't recommend you do this, by the way. I don't recommend that you make your store logo half the size, if not bigger, than the game that you're selling. I no longer collect gaming magazines because I already have a ton of them from, when I was getting them in the mail. So I don't really have the space or the room or the desire to add more to that. I'm happy with what I got. If I ever want to look through old magazines, I've got a ton of them to look through. Man, I knew I should have bought Star Fox Adventures in the past. Now I gotta wait for it to try and come back down in price again. It's a shame. This is a pretty rare game all around, huh? The PS2 version of Digimon Rumble Arena 2 is actually, in my opinion, one of the rarest PS2 games. When I was trying to track that down, you know how I know it's rare? There was a period where I was trying to get a copy and there were no copies on eBay. There was maybe like one or two. One of them was like terrible condition. The other one was way too high price. When there's a PS2 game that at any given point you can search and like there may not even be one for sale, that's how you know it's hard to get. But the PS2 port specifically is, if you ever see that in the wild for a good price, get it. It's hard to get. Matchbox emergency response. I love how Christian is still trying to help you pinpoint the name of the game. You got all these names of games you gotta look up now. I don't really go to thrift stores anymore. Because every time I go in there, it's usually a waste of time. Oh, thanks, and bombs. Yet again. Thank you for yet another super chat. Is there anything in particular that I'd want to see Square Enix implement into Dragon Quest XII? Yes. I want the story to be that the main character runs an inn. Right? It would make sense. He's very tired. And every time he sleeps in a bed, it triggers a random encounter. Right? So like you kind of work your way through the game. You start like sleeping in sleeping bags, and you work your way up where the final boss you gotta like sleep in the master bedroom. Right? You just gotta play into it. You gotta have fun with that character design. Other than that, from what it looks like, it's going to be a pretty standard Dragon Quest. What I want is a party system with 5 party members. I think that would be cool. We're very used to 3 and 4 party members. We need more 5-person party member RPGs. Let's just throw it all out there, right? Let's get a huge party. There's not enough RPGs with a huge party selection like that. Customize. A really in-depth class system would be nice. I like RPGs with a lot of classes. Thank you, Dingus. Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 58 months. I am interested in the new 007 game, but I think I'm just going to wait for it to be on sale around, Black Friday at this point. Also, I want orchestral music. None of that MIDI garbage that they gave to Dragon Quest XI when it first launched. Orchestral music from the get-go. And I just hope that the battle music is catchy and energetic and not slow. Sometimes Dragon Quest battle music can be kind of bad. Let's be honest. RPG with the most party members. The Inuyasha game on PS2 has like, oh my god, it's like 6 or 7 party members. That one's got a ton. Infinite Undiscovery is notorious for letting you have like a huge party, even though a lot of them are sort of like just roaming with you. But if we're talking turn... Oh, no, I know what it is. I know what it is, because it used to be the joke when I played it. Yeah, you know what the biggest turn-based party is? Lord of the Rings Fellowship of the Ring on Game Boy Advance. Turn-based RPG where you have the full fellowship in your party. It's hilarious. It's so slow. And every time you attack or an enemy attacks, they literally walk up to the enemy, attack, and then walk back to their place. It's so good. Let me see if I can find you my speedrun of that real quick. So I can show you what I'm talking about. I beat the game in under an hour, or just over an hour. It's pretty broken. Alright, let me see if I can... Oh yeah, I'm getting ads because I'm not signed in apparently. Come on, ads, finish up. Yeah, let me get to where we get the full fellowship. Here we go. You ready? Boom. 8 party members. Every enemy slowly walking up, swinging, and walking backwards. And guess what? Your party members do it too. The wolf does a full turn. It's one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games. Gandalf, you know he's gonna walk. Look at, oh, he's actually pretty fast. Look at that. Oh, got the walk back though. This game is super, super broken, by the way. I'll put the link in chat if any of you want to watch me beat this game in 1 hour. It's like, how do you beat a turn-based Lord of the Rings RPG with that slow combat in 1 hour? Well, you gotta watch and see how that works. You can watch that. Just put it on your watch later list. Let's see, can I pinpoint a crazy glitch for you guys? There's a lot of glitches. This is based off the books, by the way. This is not based off the movies. There's a lot of cutscene skips. Here's a glitch right here, but I don't think it's a very fascinating one. Oh, did I already perform the glitch? Yeah, see, I just broke the game there. Oh no, I didn't break it yet. So I'm gonna like try and perform a cutscene glitch here. So there's a trigger there that sends me backwards. Oh wait, what the hell? I don't remember what the heck I do in this. But there's a lot of like sequence breaking and skipping cutscene triggers. It's a good game. There's the end of the game. I don't recommend that you play it. I recommend you watch me play it, but I don't recommend that you play it. Because there's a game-breaking glitch in the Mines of Moria where you can play through the game and then you get locked in there and you won't be able to progress unless you perform a pixel-perfect glitch like I do in the speedrun. Otherwise you won't be able to get through, and that's true for every copy of the game pretty much. There's a few copies out there, like I was able to get it one time where I didn't have to glitch, but I was never able to replicate why that was. So there might be a few copies out there that actually allow you to progress. I used to have Gotcha Force, but I sold it before I played it because I didn't want to grow attached to it. Because I wanted some money for like a convention or something that was coming up, so I sold it to someone I knew for an insane price. Mint condition, it was pretty much untouched. Yeah, if I had a regret with GameCube, that's probably one of the only regrets I have. But at the time, I used the money to buy stuff at a convention, so I probably bought stuff that was still a good price at the time anyway, so that's the way I look at it. The usual length of that game is, if you're playing it normally, doing all the combat and everything, you're probably looking at like 10 to 12 hours, most likely. It's not a very long game. Conventions. Nothing that I'm like committing to, no. I might, I just remembered this. If any of you are going to the Long Island Trading Card Game Marketplace tomorrow, for those of you that are in that area, I might be going to that tomorrow. So, say hello if you see me. It's just a monthly thing that they do. It's very crowded. I haven't been to it in a long time because the last time I went, it was so crowded it was almost unbrowsable. It was brutal. I mean, shoulder to shoulder. I have a video going through it on my card game channel, like buyer perspective video, and it was hard to browse. I typically always go to Long Island Retro, yeah. But these days I go to just hang out and browse, not so much for selling. I don't have enough right now to sell. Cleared that out over the years going there. Thoughts on Oddworld? Oddworld games are definitely not really my thing. The only one that I played that I kind of enjoyed recently was it New and Tasty, because they had online competitive leaderboards for beating the levels as fast as you could, and I kind of enjoyed that. But playing an Oddworld game normally I don't really care for. It's too puzzly for me. Yeah, even Stranger's Wrath, when I tried playing that, I didn't really get into that back in the day. Still never played Baten Kaitos. That's another RPG for the backlog. The only reason I'd play it is because the music is so darn good. That battle music is excellent. That alone makes me want to play that game one day. What do you mean, Mega Man? Official GameCube controller. Well, all official controllers for the older consoles are definitely getting harder to come by, especially for like PS2, yeah, GameCube. Like mint condition, untouched, yeah, pretty hard to come by. A lot of them have to be refurbished at this point. Still gotta play Darkened Sky. What a weird meme game that is. The Skittles game. But I think other than that, it looks kind of fun. And there it is. You'll find out what I plan about doing about Skies Arcadia soon. And then one of my favorite GameCube games. I prefer it on the GameCube because I really like the triggers when you play Extreme G3 with the drifting. So cheap too, I mean, goodness gracious. Complete, good condition, 18 bucks, come on. For one of the greatest racing games of that generation. And the music's amazing in this game. And the track designs are amazing. The only thing that's not amazing, the combat's kind of lackluster, and sometimes the controls can be a little sensitive. other than that, the game's great. Yeah, one of my favorite racing games of that generation. Oh, you helped somebody find out a game? Awesome. Thrash Rally, cool. There you go. It's always cool to remember a game that you've forgotten for all those years. I love the cover for this. It's so obvious what it's trying to mimic, but the character, like, it's just so funny. Oh my god. The dog under the tree. It's pretty good. I love unofficial artwork like that for these things, where they don't have the rights to the official art, so they gotta make their own. Alright, so what we're gonna do here, something that I've been wanting to do for a bit. Some of you are gonna be like, oh man, that sucks. But it will help me. So something that I've been trying to do is, I'm trying to grow my kick stream a bit. And I'm falling into like a lower bracket lately on there because of the way that they handle analytics. And in order to help my analytics, I've got to like funnel more people there to drive up like the amount of people that watch over there. So for the people that use Kick, you know, this will be fine for them. You don't have to follow over, but what I'm going to do is the stream is going to end on Twitch and YouTube, and we're going to just do like a little bonus segment here at the end on Kick only. You can just come and watch. You don't even got to register. I mean, if you register in chat, that's even better. But just for the end of the stream here, we're just going to hang out over there for probably like, I don't know, probably no more than an hour. We'll take a look through some things that sold, and then I'm also going to show you what I plan on buying GameCube-wise, and you guys are going to help vote what GameCube I get. You'll have a say in it. So, you can always also, like, check the VOD later if you got to hang out or head out. But, yeah, that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to do this, like, every stream, but I do need to work on my Kick analytics because I'm falling into, like, a territory that is hard to crawl out of over there, I guess is the best way of putting it. So here's the link for that. If you've never been to Kick, it's very similar looking to Twitch. It's essentially like almost the same thing, just a black and green kind of aesthetic to it. So I do multi-stream on there. Every stream I do, I'm multi-streaming the Kick for those that are unaware. It's just, you know, you take the opportunities you can get these days. Multi-streaming is just the way to go. And I feel like there's an opportunity on Kick to grow, like, retro streaming-wise. There's not a lot of people that do it over there, which is why I continue to do it. But I am a Kick partner. I was fast-tracked into the Kick partner program, which is why, like, I'm trying to work on building my Kick following. So, by funneling people there, it helps me out in a big way. Because a lot of the opportunities I get over there are based on the average viewers I get for the month. So, that's what we're gonna do. So, the stream will end on YouTube and Twitch here, and then we'll just be hanging out on Kick for the end of the stream. And I hope to see you guys over there. Thank you everybody for watching. Zoom tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna be at the card convention, maybe, depending on when I get home from that and how tired I am. I'll try and do a stream. We'll try and finish up like maybe some N64 stuff or something. Will be the plan. Finish up Buck Mumble and play some other stuff. You know, they pay the creator better when chat is talking. Yes, that is very true. There are definitely incentives on Kick that are not present on the other platforms. It's a It's a very good opportunity to be partnered on Kick. It's just that I gotta grow it more, and in order to do that, we gotta do stuff like this once in a while. So I hope you understand. Anyway, I'll see you guys over on Kick. If I don't, then I'll see you in the next stream. And if I don't see you in the next stream, don't forget June 2nd. So in 2 days, 5 p.m. Eastern, I'll be streaming State of Play. It's going to be big. Make sure you're there for that. That'll be on all platforms. And then June 5th, Summer Games Fest. Be there for that as well. Those will be fun streams. I hope to see you guys there.